G'day everyone. Oh, hi, Mark. Welcome everybody! How's it going? These are the cars we have today, but for now we're just going to start with saying hello to everybody. So, we're Vixen, thank you for joining us. Kame, welcome for joining us. SBR, thank you for joining us, even though your internet is probably really clamped down due to your government not wanting people to talk about how Russia is committing lots of war crimes. So, congratulations on being able to make it through your country's firewall at the moment. Crownless, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Budini. Thank you for coming around. C1X5W8, such an eloquent name. Thank you for coming around. Crazy Crafter, thank you for joining us. And Crownless was first. Yes, he was. And Nova Wolf Gaming, welcome. Also, Zeno, you parrot. Zeno, welcome. Yeah. Aren't VPNs big in Russia too? I suppose, fair enough. Wouldn't most VPNs be in Russia though, due to the deregulation of a lot of things, but now they are more regulated than a lot of other places? I don't know, weird things. Anyway, these are the vehicles that we have today. I'm not saying cars. I may have said cars earlier a second ago, but whatever. I'm not saying cars because they're not all cars. As you can see, 3 of them are not cars. One of them's kind of hidden because that truck is freaking massive. And that's given me an idea. I'm thinking I might maybe make a mod body of just like an American truck that's just bigger than the other vehicles that are available to us. VPNs get more popularized in Russia now? Yeah, I'd assume as much. One sacked out all the size of... Yeah, I know, right? Like, the disparity between the sizes of this car and this truck is ginormous. This thing hides the vehicle that's behind there. Like, goodness gracious. Terms car are debatable at this point. Sometimes, yes, I do agree with said point. Yes. Before you would only really need... Okay, cool. That truck is more thick than the vehicle behind it. And I like how you said vehicle. Why do you keep putting toast and saying that toast is scary? Oh, sorry, bread. That's not toast. Why is bread scary? Were you not ready for it and it jumped out and scared you? Anyway. That looks like a cannon? Maybe a little bit. Anyway, let's get to having a look at the cars. Welcome, Jumbo Jacob. You made it early in the stream today. What? Camera went a little too fast then. We have this one, which is like meant for boomers, except the fact that it's like got boomer in the title or tagline or something like that. So I think that's going to offend a lot of boomers, and they're like, oh, finally there's a word that can upset us, so we don't want people to use it. It's like the N-word. Like, they tell us off for being like snowflakes and sensitive, and then they get all upset about being called boomers. Honestly. Brett Van Wen? Sure. We'll just pretend I didn't get asked that question. Anyway, this is one thing that really poked out to me and I am not happy with, is the fact that this vent here is body colored, but the bonnet color is not body colored. That irks me, because you wouldn't necessarily have a lip around. I suppose maybe you would, but then you probably wouldn't make it, but that just, it doesn't look right, and I don't think it is right either. I don't know, maybe that can be brought down to you guys, but for myself, not a big fan of that, actually. And it's been irking me the entire time that this stream countdown has been happening. But then, yeah, we got a lot of details on here. As you notice that this thing has 2 lips on here. And as we know, if this is current automation, that now adds downforce. So that will be interesting. You like the color? I am a bit partial to this sort of color, yes. Maybe, but it makes the hood look like a sticker to me. Does a little bit. I do understand that statement of it looking like a sticker. Also, do we have... Oh, no, for a second I thought that was 2 indicators. I think this is meant to be the holders for where the bumper might have gone at some point, but it's not really the right shape or orientation for a bumper. Anyway, let's go in and have a look at the technicals here. We got a very thick tire wall and a very narrow tire. So this... Is this meant to be a cross-ply tired vehicle? let's pop into the inside. We do have 1 piston vented brakes on double wishbones with front drive. Then in here, we've got a flat 6 with a single turbo. Interesting setup. Not a lot of car companies do a separated bank engine with a single turbo. That is quite rare. This has a ricer energy. Yeah, but it's meant for boomers. So wouldn't it like... It does seem a little too ricery for boomers. Look like it's from the UK. Yeah, I get that. That's mostly the body shape though. But it is all-wheel drive, and all-wheel drive is not that common amongst British vehicles. Like, sure, you may say like Bentley and all that sort of stuff, they're all-wheel drive, but they're not British anymore. They're German. They were always two-wheel drive. And then we got a solid disc at the back, single piston with multi-link. Very unusual car. Very, very unusual. Looks like the AC Ace. I don't know what that is. Boomer Ricer moment. Cut roof AC Ace. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna have to look up what this AC Ace is because I've never heard of that before. So the AC Ace. Oh, it's the AC Cobra. Why do you call it the AC Ace? Just the AC Cobra. Oh, there's actually a difference. Oh, okay. The AC Ace is uglier than the AC Cobra. Interesting. AC Cobra is like one of the like dream cars that I would like to own or drive at some point in my life. Will it happen? Probably not. I want to say it looks like a Porsche 930 engine, but Porsche single overhead cam, single turbo, sure. Cobra was the V8 version. Cobra seems bulkier. The grille area, front area, is quite a lot different as well. It looks similar, but that's mostly because of the body shape. But it is a little bit different, and this one is a much more softer, rounder, and just works better, in my opinion. Who pinged me? Why am I... Okay, I got a ping from somebody. Anyway, we'll just ignore that. Yeah, a bit tacky, in my opinion. But then again, so many boomers are. So maybe it fits. Do we have an interior? Not by the looks of it. No, no interior. Though it will probably be quite light because that is an aluminium chassis. So even though it's all-wheel drive, it's probably quite cheap. Also, fender flares. Cobra is one of them with a bigger engine and some minor modifications to the bodywork. Okay. I suppose I've just never heard of the AC Ace before. Then we've got this supercar, which was meant to be in last week, but for some reason there was an issue with last week on Reddit where it got rid of this car. And then this week it showed up, but then it didn't show Broken Ursa's car, but luckily I refreshed and had a look around and found that there was another car. I believe Chevrolet loved the AC Ace so much that he asked AC if he could get a V8 one. AC said he could if he got an engine for it. Ford gave him the engine. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. What a chat to Pink Phil Man at streaming, getting away with it. They're in the chat as well. They know who they are. Welcome, Nugget. How's it going? And Revhang, how's it going? And Chivi. Oh, a bunch of people just showed up all at once. So yes, we have this car now. Sorry if I'm like all coffee and snotty today. Unfortunately, I had a bit of cheese today and I have just... my body is not dealing well with it because I have not had cheese in a long time. And if you don't have cheese in a while, oh sorry, not cheese, dairy products in a while, your lactose intolerance will usually get a whole lot worse. And yeah, no, I am all snotty and all that sort of stuff. It's very unpleasant. So I'm sorry if it sounds gross to you guys at some point. But yeah, we got 4-piston brakes, double wishbone, no front drive. Okay, so this is just two-wheel drive and we got some weird bars coming out. Okay. Won't say what I think that is, but let's keep moving down here. Then we have a big honking V6. That is a very big looking V6. Twin turbo-ness, goodness. We got a dual overhead cam, so this is probably 80s and newer. I don't know what era it is. I'd have to actually look that up. Got, yep, 4 valves, not 5 valves, so that's good. Finally, somebody's just gone and been sensible with the valves for cylinder. Coming down here, we have rear drive into 4-piston double wishbone. Okay. So, fairly decent. We do have semi-slicks as well. Now, I was always a little bit torn on this design. You got a lot of rudimentary sort of shapes and whatnot, but they've done a fairly decent job of trying to make what what I would expect from a lot of supercar manufacturers. So let's have a look quickly at the Vector W8. And I'll give you a bit of a story there. Okay. So, the Vector W8 is, from a lot of angles, not all angles, actually a bit of a minger. So, like, have a look at how this window comes down a little bit too sharp, or the back end here comes down a little bit too sharp, and then it sticks out flat, as if it's like got a big donk booty sort of looking thing. It's, yeah. So, it harkens up that idea of one person being too close to the project and in charge of everything, that they don't realize that they're accidentally making an ugly car. So, like, this color from this angle, that's not a good angle. It just looks a little bit ugly, in my opinion. So, that's kind of what I had an idea of here with this car, is it's a single person, a little too in charge of their own project. Oh, you know what? The one that I'm really thinking of is the Bolwell Nagari. The one, yeah. So, back in the day, an Australian race car manufacturer was making street cars as well, and they made the Bolwell Nagari. Now, this thing is a bit questionable. I think it's pretty cool, ugly from some angles, but pretty cool from most, and I really do like this one. But then they kind of like didn't get a lot of sales, they slowly dropped off, and then they stopped making cars altogether. And then in about like the mid to late 2000s, I think somewhere around like 2008-ish, they made this as like the follow-up car, and I think it is hideous. That is such, like, it's so wrong in every different way. Like, I think they designed the back end around the fact that they could get these taillights for cheap, because I think these are, what, Honda Integra, Honda Accord or something or other taillights? So bad. But then recently they did a relaunch of it, and I think this one, like, there are some questionable choices, but they did make it look a whole lot better. Why is this not loading in? There we go, that's a little bit better. So, it's just that kind of idea that just because you have the money and you're in charge and you think you have a good idea, doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually a good idea. Which is why Design by committees don't create, like, fantastic cars, but they create some really good cars, in my opinion. The front has Janetta vibes. Yes, a little bit of Janetta vibes. Yeah, please make that mod body, since no pickup can fix the max size V16. I want a pickup that can fit the max size 21 liter. Alright, I can try that. Welcome. Well soon, Mayhem Entertainment. How's it going? Also, I'm not sure if I said hello to Crispy Shaman or to Vens. Did I say hello to... I might have said hello to Vens. Me not good at memory berries. What car name is that again? The Bolwell Nagari. Do you not see? Yeah, you can. There, Bolwell, B-O-L-W-E-L-L. This is an Australian company, by the way. Which is part of the reason why I know about its existence. Not very well known here in Australia, even. But I looked up, like, probably 15 years ago on the internet, before Google was probably the main search engine, like, Australian car manufacturers. And it was, like, Holden, Ford, and then, like, a list of things like Elfin, Bolwell, and stuff like that. Actually, this is a weird song. Anyway, Elfin car. So, I think these cars are a bit weird looking, but I think they do look really cool. So this is also an Australian car manufacturer. Did a lot of work with Holden to get their engines and took their suspension, their wheels, all that sort of stuff. And they made a fairly decent roadster. The problem is it was exorbitantly like high-end Porsche, low-end Ferrari sort of prices, but not that sort of level of comfort or speed. This was not a particularly great vehicle, but it charged really high prices. I think it started like $120,000 in the early 2000s, which is approximately now $200,000. Like, oh my god. This one, on the other hand, I freaking love. Wait, what? Did they release a new version or something? What's this? I didn't know this existed. But yeah, no, this car... No, not that one. There we go. That's not a great picture, I will be honest, but that is gorgeous. Holden is just GM, Ford is Ford. Yeah. So it is GM, like we did know, GM versus Ford, two American car companies. But I would go out on a limb and say that apart from the fact that Ford could keep unifying their designs worldwide to kind of like have a bit of conformity with their designs, Ford was probably a little bit more Australian than Holden, to be honest, because Ford would do things that Holden wouldn't, which is like tweak the engines a little bit more, or actually make an engine from scratch here in Australia. It wasn't completely from scratch, but like the iterations and everything basically meant that the Barrett engine here in Australia was completely unique by the end of its run. Like an engine that started in the 50s is not the same as what we got in like the up to 2016 sort of time period. But Holden's just had the LS engine, the basically 5-liter whatever that engine that was, and the 3.8-liter V6. Like that was it. They didn't really create anything unique here. Even the more performance versions were just using American engines. Our performance vehicles were using American engines, but tweaked. Why so many Jewish songs? Like, I'm not anti-Jewish. Like, I'm not, what's the word? I can't think of the word. Anyway, anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. It's just, this is not really the right scene for that sort of music, so we're gonna avoid that for now. Ford kicks ass no matter what. I think Ford is a good company. Just like I think GM... No, actually, I thought GM was okay up until about the late 2010s, late noughties to the early 2010s sort of time period, when they started to make like really bad decisions, and it really looked as if they were... because both Ford and GM wanted to actually pull out of Holden, out of Australia, since about the 90s. So they started making like questionable choices, so then their other car models would sell well here still, like the Barina, the Focus, the Fiestas, the Laser, all of those sorts of things would sell well here in Australia. The Astra, the Vectra, those sorts of things. But the Falcon and the Commodore would not sell well. Like, it really seemed that that's what they were trying to do. And then around that sort of time period, the late noughties, early 2010s, they really started to push to make some terrible decisions. Ford didn't do so bad, but Holden made horrific decisions to try to kill the local cars so they could just import and have a reason to import and not make our own cars. And then they just ended up making really stupid decisions. Like, they were going, you know what, left-hand drive isn't making us enough money. I mean, it's making us money, just not enough money. So we're going to cut out that market from us entirely and instead make less money. Like, what were they thinking? Are they that dumb? What? Oh my god. But yeah, then Ford went, well, I mean, if Holden's not doing that, we don't really have a reason to stick around either, because I think if Ford actually had a stuck in Australia, they probably actually would now be the top seller in Australia. Like, above everything else, like Honda, Volkswagen, any company, they would have probably been the top seller. But they pulled out, and they want to stick on our goodwill, so they bring in things like the Mustang. which kind of does all right here in Australia. Because it's like, finally we get the Mustang. They've held off on it for so long for no good reason, because people would buy it. I don't get it. Laser, that's a Plymouth? No, we had Ford Laser here in Australia. So let's go like 1997 Ford Laser. No, spelled with an S. So yeah, we had that Ford Laser. We also had one that came a little bit later, so let's look at 1999. Yeah, we also had this Ford Laser. I don't know what this is called in other countries, but that's what we called it, the Ford Laser. This got replaced with the Ford Focus. As you can see here, it has the Focus back end on it. I think the original Ford Focus, when it reached Australia, it was initially for a short while, or at least the sedan version, was actually called the Laser. I think that might have happened. I haven't really looked into it, but that's something that's just always been in my head, I think. But I actually like this Laser. I think that... Oh, that's not a good picture. There we go. I think that actually looks like a nice car. Good car? Nah, I don't know about that. But like a nice car. I think it looks nice. It's kind of good. Welcome, Daewoo Gaming North Korea. How's it going? What do you think about the Daewoo S... I don't know what that is. Dodge Stealth? Don't know what that is. Let's have a look at this Daewoo. Oh yeah, we got that here. I don't think we called it the Aspero though. I mean, it doesn't do it for me. It's not tickling me giblets. So now you just get cars that GM already makes right. No, GM has pulled out of Australia altogether. They pulled out of England. They sold Vectra, sorry, Vauxhall. They sold Opel, and then there was one other one that they sold as well. Holden, they just shut down, and nobody picked up the name. So Holden's is just gone. The factory that's not too far away from me is just used for storing like building materials at the moment. Holden's is just gone. We get no GM products here in Australia at all. Like, there is limited production imports for things like the Dodge Ram. Is Dodge GM? I can't remember. All of these American companies meld together in my head, honestly. Brokenos is here. Welcome. In the nicest way possible. That Laser looks like a 90s South Korea. Yeah, sure, a little bit. I just joined and you're talking about Fords. Did I miss my CQR? I don't remember which one is yours, but I don't think so. I've seen a lot of Daewoos this year. Daewoo hasn't been popular in Australia for a very long time. Dodge Stealth is just a Mitsubishi... Oh, okay then, that's funny. Vauxhall is still in the UK, now it's owned by... Stellantis? I don't know Stellantis. Do I know the CB7R? Let's have a quick look at that. Oh. That somehow looks good and ugly at the same time. Like the front stoops too much, like it goes too much of a slant. And then this like rounded sort of thing here doesn't look particularly... You know what? It's trying to look like a Batmobile. Not a big fan of it. From this angle, it doesn't look so bad. If only it would load in an image. From the back end, it actually looks good, but from the front, the back end looks bad, if you know what I mean. Like, here, that doesn't look so bad. There's like some nice, flat-finished sort of areas. It looks pretty good. I like it. But it could be better. Like, it's missing the certain je ne sais quoi factor that I talk about a lot. From here, we're starting to get into that weird sort of, like, body line that runs down here. It looks like a Supra body line, and I think the Supra currently is one of the ugliest non-intentional ugly cars on the market at the moment. The back end of the Gillette, whatever, I don't know what that is. Chrysler, Dodge Ram, Jeep, Plymouth Edge. What? I'm so confused. Look up the Dart car. I know what the Dart is. It's a Canadian supercar, lol. This is Canadian? Interesting. The interior looks pretty cool. I will say that. That does look rather interesting. Oh no. What is wrong with a gauge cluster? Why do so many car companies try to reinvent the gauge cluster? If I'm driving, it doesn't take much for me to look down and see RPMs if I'm racing or like on the road or anything like that, or look down if I'm on the road and see like the speedo. Why does it have to be in the center console? That is dumb, and they shouldn't have done that. Absolutely moronic choice. This car now gets a 2 out of 10. I hate it. Anyway, let's go back to the things we're doing today. So yeah, as I was talking about, questionable choices, all that sort of stuff, but it somehow looks passable. And it doesn't look unrealistic, this sort of like weird design choices they've gone with. The Wiseman GT? That name's ringing a bell. Ever heard of the Spiker? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Spiker. I mean, I remember seeing it when I was a kid in, I think it was Need for Speed 2? Special Edition or something like that? But, I thought at the time it looked like really cool, but I was a young kid. And then when I saw it on Top Gear, so ugly. Oh yeah, cool, but ugly. Vans. Hey Phil, just dropped by to say hi. Welcome, Fanny Faxbeer. How's it going? Yeah, it's more of a race car. Sure. Anyway, let's have a look at the inside. Lots of dials and gauges. It's very rudimentary in here, but at least everything works. And unfortunately, we still got this weird pan issue. I don't get it. You like Spiker? Sure. I like Spiker. I just think that their car is ugly. Let's have a look at the Spiker again. Nope, that's Leica. What the hell? Is that how you spell it? Yeah. The Spiker C8. Oh god, why give me small images? I think it's ugly. It is just ugly. Like, you can't look at that car and say that those proportions and like that shape is not just like ugly. It's just wrong. The proportions are wrong and make it look much worse than what it is. From certain angles though, you can get away with it. So say like here. This is a good example. Look at that back end. That is an ugly back end. Wish we could get a side view. Oh yeah, also the back end view of the back end is also quite ugly. I don't remember it being that ugly. Also, these vents sticking out, just ugly. I'm seeing this though. It's better, but there's still something wrong with the design, and I just can't put my finger on it. Yeah, that back end does not look good. Okay, let's look up the Magnum Mark V. And that'll be the last one we have a look at. Oops. That's not a supercar, that's a track car. And it looks weird. Looks good, but weird. The back end looks... if it'll load anytime this year... unrefined. Can we get a picture that's not minuscule and will actually give me a good resolution, please? That's not a good angle. Yeah. So it looks unrefined. It looks like they had an idea for what they wanted for the back end, but they didn't really give it enough thought. And unfortunately, it's come out weird and just ugly. It doesn't look right. Put in a mesh there, anything. Anything to make it not look not like you didn't think about it enough. Like, it just doesn't look good. There's just wrong things about it. But it's got some really cool designs. Like, I like this vanishing vent in the middle sort of design. Though they could have done it better, in my opinion. And that, once again, sloped front end like that, that is counterintuitive to aerodynamics. Also, these harsh lines will be causing lots of drag, but it'll be causing drag for no reason. So, as a track car, it's probably not going to be a high-speed track car. It's probably just going to be like a low to mid-speed sort of track toy. Kind of like the Crossbow, KTM Crossbow. Here comes the tangents. It's getting a little, we're experimenting. Sure, fair enough. The rear looks like someone described an LFA. Yes! Nova Wolf. It looks like someone described the LFA over the phone. Let's have a look at the LFA rear. Yeah. It looks like somebody drunk was describing the LFA rear over the phone to another drunk person, probably on crack, going like, ah! A little bit. But like, I mean, it's so close to a good idea. The execution, really poor. Not a fan of that, unfortunately. Anyway, moving on to this car. What if you... Oh, okay, you just got some grill blocking in there. Just doesn't look right. It looks like you made a mistake. I mean, it looks okay. The headlights look weird. Like it doesn't fit the design in some sort of way. I'm not sure. Also, there's no number plate holding sort of area, so that's that's helping with the not bringing the whole design together. I know that a number plate can sometimes get in the way of things, but I think if you can incorporate a number plate into a design properly, it actually looks pretty good. Looks like Devon. Don't know what that is. Bread and cheese is scary more than horror movies. Just like AM Portag. Is this horror music? What am I listening to? Skip that. Dan Koopmans, how's it going? Alright, let's have a look at the insides of said car that almost didn't show up in today's stream because of the way Reddit works. We have a quad cam V6 naturally aspirated with tubular headers, which means that this is not a cheap car. Coming down into here, we have 3 piston brakes, so not cheap, not maximum size brakes either. That's kind of realistic. We have double wishbones here. Do we have rear drive? No. Okay, so this is a V6 front wheel drive. I never understood V6 front wheel drives. Like, if you want performance, why would you put that performance through the front wheels like that? Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially if you could get that sort of performance out of just a good 4-cylinder and have less weight up front to cause understeer and stuff like that. But car companies will do what car companies do for whatever reason I don't fully understand. Coming out to the back, we have multi-link. Interesting. So, very often, the suspension in the back end of a front-wheel drive car will not be particularly complex or have much time spent on it. So the fact that this is multi-link is interesting. What have I done it? No. I just noticed this outline here for the cutaway that I'm getting here of these beams looks a little bit like that tag that comes off of leather. Let's have a quick look at that. Leather tag. Yeah, these ones. It looks a little bit like that. That's what I'm getting out of this shape. A V6 isn't a bit over-designed? Yeah, I know it's not over-designed. What I'm saying in real life, I just don't understand why you would put a V6 in a front-wheel drive car. It seems superfluous. I mean, especially nowadays. Now you don't really need a V6 because you can have a very good 4-cylinder turbo car. In America, front plates are... Yeah, I know, but generally they'll have a unified bumper design and have the part there for the number plate, so then it can just be sold in every state, regardless, and be transferred between states and stuff like that, and then my voice cracks. That car's quite nice, very simple, but a good way plate could have gone down in the bottom grille section. Sure, okay. I think the MG ZT is multi-link rear and front-wheel drive. Yeah, but that also came with a rear-wheel drive option, so maybe there was something there for that, I'm not sure. Apparently Ford does weird things with their designs. Sometimes I suppose they do. My brother's Nissan Maxima is... Yeah, I know it is. I'm not saying that it's unrealistic, I'm just saying it's questionable choices. Like, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I get it. Because V6s or 6 cylinders still weren't creating a lot of power. So, sorry, engines weren't creating a lot of power, unlike what happened with the boom afterwards, especially with direct injection and stuff like that. So, yeah. Ford Mondeo ST220 had a big V6 and front-wheel drive. Yeah, I know. My Challenger didn't have a spot for front plate, so we had to bolt it. Oh, really? Interesting. Anyway, what brakes do we have here? Single piston, solid disc. Okay, quite realistic there. Let's have a look at the back of the Ursa-mobile. You know what? I'm gonna say that the rear looks better designed than the front. As in, like, you had a better thought process for it. You've got, like, this cool, like, a bit in the middle of the tail light there. That looks pretty cool. You've got some interesting design choices in there. I like it. I do also like the badge, the fact that there's green in there as well. That looks pretty cool. How have you done that? Is that a separate thing? That might be a separate thing. Because, for some reason, automation is very well known for not having paintable badges, which is stupid. Oh, also, I'm noticing this Comet badge here. You've got the line all the way through. I like the little attention to detail there. Well done. You've created like a custom thing there. Unfortunately, though, it's looking pretty jank in BeamNG, but that's not your fault. I get it. Oh, and a single exhaust, even though it is a V-type engine. That I like. That's a little attention to detail that I like. Lexus makes nice cars. Sometimes, yes, I do agree with that statement. Tail light looks pretty nice. I do agree. The rear is really nice. I get the Japanese vibes from those taillights. Japanese? Yeah. I kind of get that. I would say more just Asian in general. Like, because I could also see that coming from China or South Korea or India even, maybe. Like, it just seems like not European or Australian or American. So really kind of by process of elimination, the next biggest car markets are Asian car markets. So, yeah. SBR is saying hello again? Weird, okay. For the badge, I took the default automation badge frames and painted the interior section green. Okay. Petition for Phil to import a late 70s Camaro. That, I'm assuming, would be way too expensive, especially for like the little amount of money I have. India, oh, look at that! They put a coffee mug in. Oh, that's cool. Is that actually a mod? Wait. The designer of said mod created not only the inside, the outside of the cup, but also created an inside of the cup. Why? That just seems like a waste of polygons and processing units. Weird. Also, it's very shiny. Do you really see often like what are these? Carry away, whatever you want to take away coffee mugs be shiny like that? I don't think you do. Still pretty cool though. Good, you got all the dash all colored, all that sort of stuff. Oh, here you've got like a letter inside there. Nice. That looks to be some sort of Tiptronic automatic transmission. I like. So fairly decent. Looking fairly realistic. Shiny roof, unfortunately, not a big fan of that. You've got the thing sticking through here. They obviously didn't take my advice on how to fix that issue in one of my videos recently. Space Warrior, welcome! This is an American car. Why is everyone reading everything other than American? I mean, it just feels not American. Like it looks too small, in my opinion. But then again, I'm not American. I don't spend a lot of time. I was supposed to around things like the Dodge Neon. Is that what it was? Or is it the something or other Neon? Like that, the small four-door car. My grandma had one. She was Canadian. So yeah, I suppose there is smaller American cars. Whenever I think of American cars, I always think of big cars. Like the Charger and stuff. Welcome, Flame Z. How's it going? Welcome back. Chrome-wrapped paper cup. Yes, it'll kind of look like that. Just an APC over there. Yeah, there is. It feels like it's from South Korea. A little bit, yeah. Shit, I forgot to remove the chassis. I mean, it's not so bad. But, that's not how I deal with it, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't give me American car vibes. Yeah. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah. It doesn't scream American. There's just something missing about it. And I think what that is like, with most American cars, there's like at least one part about it that is incredibly ugly. So let me go over a few big American cars, because that's like the ones I can think of easiest. Dodge Charger, for instance. No, not the Charger. Yeah, here we go. It is the Charger. Why did it show me? Is this? I thought that was a different. Anyway. So, the Dodge Charger, for example, the headlights don't look particularly great, but also like this weird thing down the side. It's one, not in the right place. Two, it's not an actual vent. And three, it's just out of place in that positioning. It just looks wrong. Let's have a look at a different one. Like the Crown Vic. This car, in general, is actually just an ugly car. I'm sorry to people that are Crown Vic fans. I get why people like them. I do. I get it. I think they're a cool car, kind of, in certain respects. But they are just ugly. Like, they're too rounded, they're too soft. The front comes out too far, the rear comes out too far. It just looks weird to every place in the world except North America. What's another one? The big truck is more American than this. Yeah, sure, okay. Oh no, Phil, be careful. Look up the 2009 Ford Fusion, alright. I think I like the Ford Fusion. Am I wrong? Oh, that's ugly. Okay, I can see that this is what you've based your design on. That is ugly. That is really ugly. Oh, the new Ford Probe. No, wait, is it Probe? Wait, what are we're getting something in Australia. I can't remember what it is. Ford Australia. All vehicles. Is it the Escape? Puma, that's the one, the Puma. That looks ugly. Like, it feels like the front end should be longer, the windshield should be further back, it should be a little bit more of a rake design. It just doesn't look correct. It looks just wrong. Like, if you look at many individual things look rather nice. Like, these headlights look nice. The way that this body kind of comes down here and then connects up to this bumper here looks nice. The bumper looks nice. This vent along down the bottom here, this sort of trim piece looks rather nice. The way this body line interacts along here looks nice. But you put that all together, and the fact that it looks really tall makes it look wrong. And then the side, there's a lot of details there that look nice, but when you put them together, they look wrong. So this is a situation where the design by committee does not work. Let's actually go back to that Charger again. Yeah, no, it's not the Charger. It's something else I'm thinking of. One of the other. Gen 1 car is still the best Ford. Well, I'll let you believe that. Welcome on the Aussie. I'm just going to go your Aussie because the rest of that looks too complicated. And Thomas, welcome to the stream as well. And EJBMX, welcome to the stream. Puma is terrible. It's stupidly named and is nothing like the original. Yes, I agree as well. That is something that annoys me. Looks like it should be a sports car. I agree, but they made it an SUV. I hate the pandering to SUV owners. Like, the Marquee, I hate. Not because it's electric, not because of many things, not because it's an SUV. That I don't hate. What I hate is the fact that they just want to drain every bit of life out of everything they have to just make more sales. So they took the Mustang badge and put it on an SUV. I think that is punishable, like death, but not really, honestly. But like, punishable by sales numbers death. That's what I think should happen. What's that really ugly Nissan I forgot? There's actually a lot of ugly Nissans, if I'm going to be honest. Nissan has created some really nice looking cars, but they've created some right mingers. Ford of Europe is a bit better with than Ford America. Sure, I agree with that. But just American cars in general, they have something that's ugly that kind of ruins it in general. Oh, the 300C. So I love the 300. That is a bad picture. Okay, I love the 300C's chop top design. There's only a few little issues. One, the headlights look particularly bad. Two, the boot kind of comes out weirdly too far. And three, this whole back end is just wrong. Everything on this back end, like you could chop this car off right here and just have like open boot space, like they've taken an angle grinder and chopped it off, and it would still look better than that. Just in every way, just a little bit wrong back end. I don't know how they've done it. There is not anything that you could look at that and say that that is ugly. It's just everything there is just a little bit wrong. And together, it just looks mega wrong. It's pretty bad. And then there was the newer one. The front headlights look considerably worse because they're nowhere near the right size for the front of the car. I actually prefer the wagon. I saw a wagon here. There we go. I much prefer the wagon on this, even though the tail lights still look wrong. But at least the back end looks a lot better. 300C wagon rear. I actually want a 300C. I think that would be a cool car to own. Why are you not searching? There we go. Weird. So yeah, tail lights look wrong, and it does look tacked on as like this is clearly like more of a sedan style door, and then this window in here. It's a little bit wrong, but most of all, it looks much better with that like chopped up rake sort of design. The tail lights once again look wrong, but it still looks pretty good. Rip Lancia? Yeah, I mean Rip Lancia for a long time. No Phil, no? I'm mad at you now? Mad at me for what? Lancia 300C? What's that? 300C Lancia. Wait. Lancia released a version of the 300C? Weird. Old American cars look nice than the modern. Americans also have a lot of hit or miss with their older cars. This actually looks really ugly. And that looks very ugly. That's not a 300, that's a Magnum? Sure, fine, whatever. That 300C with the wagon back. I mean, I like it. I'm not much of a wagon fan, but that I would like. That's not a good look. I think that's pretty bad. Search Saab 9000. I don't mind the Saab 9000. It looks a bit peculiar, but I think it actually works quite nicely, in my opinion. Lancia Grand Voyager? What is that? Oops. Oh, this is just a Chrysler. It's ugly. We got the 300 State in the UK. Oh, nice. Looks better than the old ones. My stepdad had a 1950 Chevy Nomad, a Search Saab 93. I think Saab 93. I think I know that one. No, I actually don't like this one as much. Like, this doesn't look so bad. When they went to this design, I think that was one of the uglier cars on the market at the time when that released. Like, the back end of this, I really like. What's the old... Some from 1975, maybe. No. 1985. Let's go with some 1979. There's like a... Yeah, I think... I really do like this one from a lot of different angles, but there's a lot of stuff here that on its own looks rather bad, but together, I think the car just looks kind of cool. But I don't think this is quite the one. Who pinged me? Vens. Oh, Vens. You're going the right way for a block. Anyway, I think we've done a lot of going sidetracked. We're done looking at that car. I'm expecting a very moderate sort of car. If this thing is bonkers, I'm going to be upset. Also, I still disagree with the choice of tubular headers on that one. Then we've got this little tiny thing that shakes way too much. Let's come over to this one. Control T. What the hell? The exporter had a hell of a time here. This is not good. What? I can't even... Have they done something to the exporter? Because that is... weird. Very, very weird. That is so weird. Saab is a Swedish version of Porsche. I wouldn't agree with that. I do agree with maybe the shape, the silhouette maybe, sorry, I mean. But not really. Because it is like longitudinally front engine, front wheel drive. They're weird cars. Sigma mindset is real? Oh dear. Whoa. Whoa. Look up the Saab 92. Okay, this will be the last one I look up. Saab 92. What do we got? Oh. No. Nah. That's gonna be a no from me, bucko. Anyway, back to this car. So, unfortunately, we got a little bit of jiggly. They probably should have tried to fix that issue. I'm noticing that this is made out of, like, all fixtures and 3D parts and whatnot, which is pretty cool, because they've actually done a pretty good job of making this look like this is meant to look like this. So, I like it. Like, this is a vent that they've done a pretty good job of, like, fitting in there. That looks pretty nice. This is a body fixture that they've done a pretty good job. What the hell? Why is that so shiny? Plastic in there, that's weird. Anyway, lots of cool design. They got push rod on the front, which I think, I mean, if it's going to be a very rudimentary vehicle like this, you could probably get away with making that. So, push rod, unless designed really well, is bad. But if you got like a small car manufacturer like this, you could spend a little bit more time fiddling and finagling with things, and I think that's pretty decent. I assume they removed the car and made the thing with fixtures, but for some reason didn't use a smaller car. I don't know. I think this actually works pretty well. I think they pick a big body for the wheelbase and didn't change the mesh? Editing the collision mesh takes a lot of time, so I get why they didn't, but I kind of wish they had of. The 900 was front-wheel drive with a backwards longitudinally mounted engine driven to the gearbox with a damn chain. Wait, really? I didn't know it was driven by a chain. Anyway, so interesting stuff going on around here. Rather like it. If they had made this a trike, that would have been so much fun. The exhaust is very weird. And then also this weird tube shaping down here. Not entirely sure what that's meant. Is that meant to be radiator hoses, maybe? I don't know what I'm looking at. Hold on, let me pause. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what it is that they've tried to do here. Confused. Anyway, they have a tune to the teeth by the looks of it. 4 cylinders, because they got like intake trumpets. So this is meant to be an off-road vehicle, which this looks like. You wouldn't generally have them open like that. So what you can do is you can get trumpet covers. I don't know how to spell covers. Okay, yeah, my brain wasn't working. Not that. I mean, you could have tried to have done something like that, but I get that that's a bit tricky to do, like, that sort of thing. You know what, that looks like a teabag strainer. What I'm looking for specifically is these sorts of things. Yeah. Like, you could have tried to do something like that. That would have made this a lot more realistic. Because at the moment, that is prone and ripe for something to go in there. What have we got for exhaust? We have tubular, 4-into-1, nice. Then we have 4 valves per cylinder. So this could be just an engine that they've taken from another car company. I do like that. Oh, we actually got radiator hose coming down here. That's pretty cool. I like that. Then I think that this tube is way too thick. Not sure what it was that they tried to do there. The car just wants to dance. Don't hold it back from its dreams, Phil. I will hold it back if I want to. If I damn well want to. is a roll cage on the back. It looks like a sort of roll cage to cover the engine or something. Yeah, it looks weird. Like, to be honest, I think they probably could have done away with this piping here altogether and just had that open. And that would have actually still looked just as fine. Well, looked just fine. Are those Kevlar intake socks? I don't know if they're made of Kevlar. Usually they're just made of some sort of foam. And the ones that I've seen in the past just have a zip tie to go around the trumpet. Carbon intakes Kevlar would be cool though. I'm assuming carbon makes more sense, carbon fiber. Sorry, I thought you meant the socks I was looking at. People actually do just stick socks over them as well, like trumpet socks. We're getting now actually the sort of things that I'm used to. Yeah, oh, hold on. We just saw a picture of it. Here we go. You can see that's actually just held on by a zip tie, so that's what you would normally see. But it was very common in the early 2000s to just stick socks over them if you didn't have the filters you wanted, which is a weird choice, but at least it keeps out the big particulates, not so much the small particulates. Sorry, that's not what I meant when I said sock trumpets or trumpet socks. Unfortunately, nobody is showing pictures of socks being over intake trumpets. Anyway, you get the idea. Darb 9007 car, the ugliest design ever by Darb. Okay. The engine is basically a Honda BA16 engine. Ah, okay then. Kevlar reinforced alloy is a thing that's pretty neat. But you probably wouldn't need it for an intake trumpet, honestly. They use it mostly for plate carrier jackets. Don't know what that means. You should use those trumpet socks as trumpet socks. That would be funny. The Inception style sock game there would be a bit much. If it works, it works, I guess. Engineering was wild in the 60s and 70s. Okay. So yeah, here we go. Not S2000. So let me bring up a video of mine. Content. Also, if anybody was wondering what videos I'm going to watch from here, I just watched the VFX artist react just before the stream started. I'm probably going to watch this one. And I'm probably going to watch this one about the luxury train. I mean, I might watch Jungle Pam. I don't know anything about her, but I see that she's holding a blower intake manifold there, so I'm probably going to watch that one. I watched a lot of Just Trucking's videos, but I'm probably not going to watch that one. But yeah, let's go in here. S2000. What? S2000. Yeah, so I made a video called Not a Honda S2000. I don't know whether you guys could see that. Make that any bigger? There you go. I made a Not a Honda S2000. And I think they copied my design more than they did a Honda S2000 design. Plate carrier jackets are bulletproof vests. Oh, okay then. Yeah, I know that they make those things out of Kevlar. Has to do with their, like, rigidity versus flexibility kind of options, properties. So the fact that it can move and deform to the bullet, so increasing that slowdown time, whilst not being so rigid that you can't move around in it. Oh yeah, ugly old American cars, the Ford Edsel. We have a Ford Edsel recreation thing. I think that was actually the white car there. That's meant to be like if it was still in modern day sort of thing. Very S2K, yeah. I'm still taken away by the fact that you look at the song that I recommended at my timestamps. Oh, yeah, no, I was bored, I saw it there, I was like, you know what, yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I'm kind of getting BMW Z3 vibes, or Z3 vibes. Yeah. Who here thinks that Z3 sounds better than Z3? I think that just like Z sounds more impactful than Z. Z sounds more... I know this is not really politically correct, but it sounds more effeminate. So it doesn't sound like a really powerful sort of vehicle. Z has like a hard stop to it. It just sounds more impactful. So I like BMW Z3. When I hear BMW Z3, it just sounds a little bit weak. And I know that's not politically correct for what I was saying just before, but you get the idea. Z3 does sound better, but maybe I'm biased as someone from Britain. Yeah, I get that. Here in Australia, we say Z, though because we're half American, we also do say Z a lot as well. Z sounds zippy? Sure. Z sounds kind of sounds impactful? Okay, I get that. I get that it could sound zippy, yeah. And the Z3 was, not an impactful car. It was a small sports car. I mean, it originally started with a 4-cylinder, right? Yeah. I like the rhythm of Z3. Yeah, alright, I kind of get that. But still, Z3 sounds stronger to me. I just used to the way of saying Z. Okay. Z3 sounds better. Okay. And welcome, Winged Angel. How's it going? Anyway, let's go in and have a look at the running gear of said car. We have, a sports compound, I think that is. Yeah. On double wishbone, 3-piston brakes. That's a lot for a road car, especially one that's probably going to be quite light. 4-cylinder, good. Oh, okay, so this is an aftermarket upgraded exhaust manifold. We have here 4 valves per cylinder. Cool, cool. The intake isn't particularly overboard, which is good, but the exhaust is particularly overboard. Unless it's an aftermarket performance thing. So here in Australia, one of the first performance thing that a lot of people will do on just like naturally aspirated cars is usually what are called extractors. I don't think they're called headers in other countries, but yeah, just basically the exhaust manifold in tubular form is kind of like step 1 in modifying here in Australia. In Dutch, we say Z or Z. Okay. Z or Z in German is how it's meant to be pronounced. Z3. Alright then. Z. Z sounds alright. This gives me dub 70 from the... Okay. You and Saabs, honestly. That's a race intake manifold? Yeah. But it's not... that's not like individual throttle bodies like really expensive BMWs have sort of thing. It's just a fairly decent manifold. And also, that being called a race intake manifold is more if it was to be a turbo intake manifold. That's not really a good road naturally aspirated manifold. Apologies, I don't know how to edit collision models on the crosscart. All tutorials are for Blender and I use Max. No, the collision mesh is done in a file. And you have to go in and edit it. You could use Notepad if you want, but I would strongly suggest to not use Notepad. Get a Notepad++. That is a free program. There. You can go ahead, download this. Free program and very good at editing code. Then watch my video on nodes. Or is it just node? I can't remember how to search for it. There we go. The secret no one knows about, why you should modify your nodes. Watch that video, and it goes into like editing your collision mesh, which is what I press Shift-T to bring up for there. No visual editing, all that sort of stuff. It's just change things, check it, and whatnot. I've gotten actually a lot faster at it, but still it takes me, on a car that I care about, I will spend probably an hour or two just cleaning up that collision mesh. I'm getting better at it. It is getting a little bit faster, but still, it is a time-consuming process. There is a program mod thingy out there that apparently some people are using. I've tried to use it a few times now, and every single time it's just not worked. And even people that say that it does work, it still has lots of issues. So I've just suggest doing it the way I suggested here. Yeah, you can get tube headers from almost any car now. There's a guy in South Africa who does them for CAS. All right then. Could also be WordPad. I've seen people. WordPad is tricky to use because WordPad adds formatting. So I would suggest against using WordPad as well. Notepad++ is free and very lightweight and also has a lot of extra things that you're not going to get in WordPad, like automatic error checking on code that'll like show up errors, and you could click on it and it'll say like, hey, this is something that we don't think is correct. There'll be a lot of that with JBeam stuff. It's because the BeamNG devs have done a lot of weird, questionable choices that are contrary to a lot of other coding languages out there. Don't ask me why. But to things that you've edited, you can just check there to see whether it conforms with everything else. Notepad is good for free programming. I have used it to reduce steering angle, prevent wheels from braking. Yep. Also have used it to modify the idle RPM and gear ratios. Yep, that's actually really easy to do. WordPad also doesn't highlight. Sure. But yeah, just go Notepad++. Don't even talk about WordPad. Just ignore WordPad altogether. Welcome! 86 VBR. Is that meant to be like a choo? Is that what that's meant to be? Hold on. Because you've done that in my chat, you deserve this. Choo! Hopefully that worked. It may not have worked, but hopefully that worked. Sub did make nice cars and ugly cars. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, let's have a look at the running gear. So we have 3 piston brakes in the front, which is overkill. You probably, you know what, you just don't need that amount of brake on the front of a road car like this. Then we have multi-link rear suspension with, unfortunately... Oh, no. I looked here for the brake. Did you move the brake independently? Weird. Anyway, we got a single brake disc there. Is there... The rear tires are much thicker than the front tires. Interesting choice. That is not usual, we'll say. All right, so decent. I do like. I like the fact that you've got the fake sort of rear diffuser that you get on a lot of cars. Let's actually have a look at the rear of an S2000. I haven't looked at the rear of an S2000 in a while. S2000 rear. Yeah. So it's got like, that's not correct. Is that a real one? Yeah, it's got the outline sort of shape of a rear diffuser, but you know it's really just a bumper and like will end just about at the end of like, so it's not actually a diffuser, but it just looks like a diffuser sort of thing. Can we get like a side angle? Yeah. So I like the fact that you've done that here. You've got a very shallow kind of fake rear diffuser there. Now, if this is new automation, that'll actually be giving downforce in real life. In BeamNG. But I still like the effort. I think that's funny. Well done. The plan worked? What plan? What? Welcome, Beam Breaker. How's it going? A few new people in here. Ears.exe. All right. Fun fact. Darb is from... whatever. Actually, it's pretty usual on rear drive cars, rear tires being bigger. No, it's actually not. It would be only on top end car sort of thing. But a lot of cars, they don't do that. Not entirely sure why. But maybe it's to do with the holdover and the idea of like rotating tires, and some people may accidentally rotate tires on cars that they shouldn't, and then it'll cause them to spin out, so maybe they only do it on top expensive cars to the sort of car buyers that aren't very car savvy, so they won't do that, maybe? Who knows? Oh, okay. The plan was to get me to do the tune with the thing. All right, then. Actually, like a body-colored fake diffuser. Yeah, if that had been body-colored, that would have been like top marks. But it depends on the car, because rear-wheel drive cars with same tires on all 4 sides do exist as well. Yeah. I want to go Allegali? What? I don't know what it is you're trying to say there. Anyway, next car is a straight-up race car. Now, this is meant to be, I believe, Gen 7 NASCAR. And here's what's getting me. Apparently this is meant to be a copy of a Mustang. From the front, there is some Ford influence here, and I get it, especially this like a side sort of design. I get that. But come around to the back and we've got a little bit of blasphemy here with a Charger style rear tail light. So let's Mustang rear. Please show me just new Mustang. Yeah, as you see, they got vertical lights inside of what you could have actually used as just a grill and then painted in the grill to be glossy black. That's not what you've got here. What you've got is like part of a Charger rear tail light here. Thanks for still new to external editing of automation cars. Yep, that's cool, Gaben Hood. I'm here to help. This reviewing thing is more for helping people broaden their horizons. So a lot of people get like bored in automation. They're asking for like ideas and all that sort of stuff. You do have like build challenge sort of people like Twin Turbos. That'll help you come up with ideas to build for, and I suggest entering those because those are fun. And I like entering them. I'm thinking about like doing a series of entering their stuff again. But you come here for like a more in-depth criticism and ideas, little things to help you improve on said designs. Those Mustang headlights at least. Mustang. Oops. So here's where I think the issue is. Those Mustang lights are actually very three-dimensional, and they're like inset a lot. So I don't think that really works. Which is why I was like a little bit, I'm not sure. Mustang NASCAR. Yeah, even on the NASCAR, they look three-dimensional and inset. And the grill is quite a bit different. Still. It looks American at least? Yeah, sure. I get that. New Mustang taillights look like RA28. The RA28 was meant to look like the Mustang. Like that was what they did. In that sort of time period up until about like the late 80s, what Japan did was copy designs from other countries. And I get that that has like a negative connotation, but still it's like a legitimate way of doing things. China went through that and now they're actually starting to slowly break away on their own as well. Let's have a look quickly. Yeah, they have no mirrors here, and this has no mirrors either. I like the fact that they've even got this thing along here. I know what this fixture is because I've used this as well for doing this, which is a lip fixture. And then they've even got like a secondary one here. That's rather cool. I like that. Let's have a look at the interior as well. That looks pretty good. I like that. Except for the fact that this is shiny. A little bit of a fail there. They've also done what I've done, which is they've put in the mesh there in the window. I like that. Haven't really finished it off, but it looks good from the outside at least. Do they have windows? No, none of these have windows. So the fact that you've got glass there, like I probably wouldn't have used like a removal sort of tape to remove that. What I probably would have done personally, depending on how much work you wanted to do, you could have actually gone into the Blender file and removed that particular window. The other thing you could have done was remove all of the glass to look invisible, then make a new patchwork thing for all the windows, but then you would get overlap and stuff and it probably wouldn't look good. So maybe that's fine actually that you did that. Looks like a sleeker more than the Mustang? No, I don't think so. I mean, the first two gens of the RX-7 is basically, yes, it is the 942 design and then the 944 design. But I don't mind, because I think that the 944 is probably the only good-looking Porsche, so it's actually not a bad thing that they ripped that one off. I don't think a NASCAR would have an airbag steering wheel. Oh, you're right, actually, I didn't pick up on that. Well spotted there, Space Warrior. Fun fact, NASCAR don't have driver side windows, so in a crash you can do the Team America emergency signal. Airbags in race cars is just a bad idea in general. Yes. So, I'm not sure if I said this last week, but I remember talking about this recently. Was, airbags are good for normal cars. They are phenomenal. I think actually I was talking to my partner about this. Airbags are just a good idea. Except in really fast cars and race cars. They tend to be more problematic than what they're worth. Like if you're going super fast with just a 3-point harness and an airbag, that is not always a great idea. That can even kill. Just having a good like 4, 5, 6-point harness, much better idea. 6-point? No. 5-point harness, so you don't slip out underneath. Depends how the seat sits. Why do you have an 86 in your name again? I don't know still. Oh, because I'm 86 years old. Anyway, let's have a look under the hood. We have, oh, that's a big naturally aspirated looking carbureted, though I think they're allowed to have fuel injection now, aren't they? I'm not sure. Anyway. If they got 700 something horsepower out of this, fantastic. I love your gumption there. Push rod V8. Yep, 2 valves. Just wanted to make sure that I had that right. That is push rod. Nice. Well done. No front drive. That's good. Double wishbone. 4 piston brakes. Do they have big brakes on NASCARs? Do they need it? I don't know. Anyway, let's head out to the rear. We are only rear-wheel drive, so that is good. Multi-link. Did they have that? I didn't know that. 2 piston brakes on the rear, so pretty decent. I like it. And the fact that it's not very like a rear diffuser sort of design as well, because they don't... Oh, that's right, no. This new generation can now have rear diffusers. I think that was one of the big things, is they're focusing more on downforce this time around. Can we get a good look at the rear, please? Like, this is old school NASCAR, where the back end is not designed around having a diffuser altogether. But new, they now have rear diffusers. NASCAR rear diffuser. So yeah, you're now getting rear diffusers on a lot of NASCARs. They don't have big gaudy wings or anything like that. They just allow more subtle aero. And they tried to avoid that for the longest time because it would make the vehicles more predictable, faster, and all that sort of stuff, making it harder for overtaking opportunities. They didn't want to go down the track of Formula 1, which now has like cars that are bonkers, and overtaking wheel-to-wheel sort of stuff is a lot less common. But that also comes down to driver skill is now also being refined to an degree for the last like 30 years, to the point where like overtaking is now really hard, and it's hard to like take somebody on the outside and stuff like that. Like mistakes happen considerably less. You're 5 years new than my mum. She's 81. Sure, okay. They do road courses. Oh, okay, you're right. They probably would. But this isn't a road course version. This one is an unrestricted version, or like a higher horsepower version, which I believe is only allowed for circuit racing, right? Am I wrong in that? I think that's right. I believe the circuit racing versions are limited to like generally 5 to 600 horsepower sort of range, somewhere around there. I made a thing on, let me bring that up. Documents, NASCAR, build rules, Gen 7 build rules. So this is what I was able to find out about the things. Now, 2.8 meters is regulation, but because it's really hard to find the exact right body length, we just kind of generalize it a little bit. This is the one I did with twin turbos. Partial carbon fiber, space frame, front engine, multi-link rear suspension. No, that is correct. 90-degree ball. Okay, that's regulated as well. 12 no variable. Okay, no turbo, no multi-point, 9,000 RPM, maximum RPM. Okay, so this one maxes out its power at 9,500 RPM, so that is also incorrect. Maximum 670 horsepower. Now, this should actually be going up, but I think that's what it is at the moment, is like what they've been able to get with the new engine setups. 5 speeds, they get sequential now as well, which is pretty interesting. 18-inch alloy wheels, 4-inch spoiler. Yeah, I think there was something about the spoiler which we couldn't figure out how to regulate, so we just go, you can use as much as aero as you want. You don't actually want too much aero. So the key thing here would be with figuring out... there we go. Like where the balance is. In BeamNG, it is a little bit different than real-world racing. Because a lot of incidents happen because of the hydroplaning and stuff, so extra downforce does help. Sure, it does. Super Speedways versions do have restrictor plates, yes, okay. Road courses are like 500 package, but they still have decent brakes. Okay. I just thought that they had less brakes on the circuit track. Anyway, let's move on to this one. You know, just your regular old road-going car. This one was made by Groundhog. This is apparently their first foray into J-beam editing. Do we have steering at all? There's no steering, so I think this is actually tank steering. So it like drives one side or drives the other. I don't actually know how to drive this one. Hopefully it works, but we'll have to see. Road courses are 500... wait, hold on. Road courses are the 500 package, but they still... okay, yeah, no, I read that one. Tonk? Yes, very tonk. Fun fact, Hendrick Motors is running a NASCAR in Le Mans this year under Garage 56. Oh dear. Welcome, Nova Wolf. I don't think I've said hello to you yet. That's going to be interesting to drive. We shall see. Much free Browns. Well, you removed it, so maybe I don't know. I don't understand what you were saying to AJ BMX. Is it faster than my armored car? I don't know. I think this is meant to be a more realistic sort of vehicle, because this one was submitted by Groundhog, and Groundhog has a lot of the ideas of me of like not wanting to meme things out a lot of the time. So hopefully, I am noticing that this has got windows in here, is actually hollow on the inside, which is pretty cool. So there's a lot of 3D shapes in here to get this pillbox sort of thing here. That's pretty awesome. Me likey likey. Is that the end of the music? Yes, it is. Okay. America, fuck yeah. You have a while ago? Oh, sorry, Nova Wolf then. Idea. Create a 2011 F1 Lotus. I'm going through them chronologically. I'm just waiting on Twin Turbos to be online at the same time I am to record a video together. So then I can release the next one, because I've created 2 F1 cars that I want to be in the same video. It was a reference to another YouTuber I watch. Okay. I saw Groundhog drove this in a Discord stream once, and it did work. Well, I know it works, because it's Groundhog. This one is going to be fun. That looks sick. It does look pretty freaking awesome. How about this in here? Nope, that is hollow. Then out the back, we've got... Okay, so they haven't modeled the inside. That's fine. We got ourselves a big V12 in here. Twin turbo, narrow bank, mechanical fuel injection. Interesting design. I wonder if that's actually based on anything. I don't know. Interesting. We shall see. And then... oh, weird. I'm going to have fun testing to see if this actually articulates properly. If it does, that's pretty cool. This is also old automation, or is that new automation? I think that's old automation. But yeah, interesting stuff. Lots of fuel canisters on the back. That doesn't seem great as an idea, if I'm going to be honest. Remote controlled turret, maybe. That error is... what error is this? What error is to be this time? What? That's not a truck. That's a Shaquille O'Neal of trucks. Oh, this one next to us that we're about to go to? Yeah, I know, right? This thing is ginormous. Like, it makes the tank look small. Check out Game Sprocket if you like building tanks. Check out the Game Sprocket. I'm not much into tanks anymore. I used to be really into World of Tanks back in the day, when that game was like popular and new. Look, 70s, we've had unique vehicles in these streams, but it doesn't have to be a land vehicle, does it? No, we have had amphibious vehicles in the past. Ones that drive everywhere else. I just saw your message, Phil. Sorry I couldn't get to it. I just woke up. Fair enough. People, when you're submitting things, make sure that you make things viewable when you give the link. That's one of the biggest issues that comes up fairly often. There's a 4-seat bench on that truck, really? Oh, it looks like it. Hold on. Let's go in and have a look. This is meant to be American, and those seats are not made for Americans. So maybe like for children, for small children, but not for adults. So I kind of deny that statement. Then I love the fact that like it's got the body up with the big fuel tank down here. I think that is so good. That is a really good design. Then you got like a wraparound. Is this a fixture? Because I don't think I've seen this fixture before. Yeah, that is one thing. Interesting. And then you got like the reflectors on and everything like that. Is this old automation? Or is this... Is that? I can't tell. Is that old automation? I think that's old automation. I could be wrong though. We have 6-piston, not very big brakes. Okay, so those are going to cook after a short amount of time. We have solid front axle. I love it. Into a big V12. I think they said that this is meant to be an engine out of a tank or something like that. Little unsure on that, but yeah. Bob Simple Tank is best. Okay. Welcome, Palav. How's it going? Shoo, goodbye. Okay, see you later, 86 VBR. Catch you next time. One shot of fuel contains... Wait. One shot on fuel containers and you're... I mean, it's on the outside, so it's armored. But if they penetrate... I mean, maybe it's not the worst idea. 2 cup holders per front occupant. Keck. I didn't notice that. I think the F650 will win from the AIFV and I'm so confused as to what you're trying to say there. Anyway, put the crosscar next to the truck and let's see the difference. Maybe. We'll maybe check that out later. Yeah, for children, it is old automation. I recognize the body. Okay, then. It looks like T could drive right under the diff. Potentially, I could see the small car driving under it, but I don't think so. Did they just yank the engine from the tank next to it? They are max-size brakes, 420mm. Oh, okay then, fair enough. Truck is bigger than a building. Okay, yeah. Maybe the rear fuel jerry cans are water? Maybe. I've seen the truck will definitely win from an armored fighting. Sure, okay. Anyway, we have in here 5 valves per cylinder. That is not a tank engine. A tank engine would be low revving. Like, it'd probably be push rod even, who knows. So, I'm gonna have to say a bit of a fail on this engine. And is that meant to be radiators? Oh, it's twin turbo. Has there ever been a turbo-powered tank? Apart from, like, an inline-6 turbo? I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe it did exist. Who knows? We have a solid front axle, then heads out to the rear into a solid leaf spring. Vented disc, but we don't get much more detail on that because it's missing. Rear skid tray looks pretty cool. Yeah. I must say, I don't like American trucks. They don't appeal to anyone but Americans most of the time. This is pretty cool. Would I own it? No. I still wouldn't own it. But it does look pretty freaking cool. So let's check out that 2 cup holders thing. Yep. There's actually more than 2 cup holders per front occupant. I like. Oh, maybe this is... Oh, you know what? Maybe this is meant to be for the rear. So you got a couple of there, and there. And then one for each there. So maybe that's actually the way that's meant to be. All right. Interior is shiny, so this must be old automation because, yeah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, really cool stuff. I do like that a lot. That's pretty cool. And the exhaust stacks and everything, I just love it. Except for the fact that the exhaust stacks are coming out of the fuel tank. I think having that would be problematic. So maybe make next time the fuel tank a little bit narrower, and then like cover up the fuel filler with a default scaled thing, and then have the exhaust pop down under there, as opposed to it going into the fuel tank. So lovely hot exhaust right next to fuel isn't a problem. Tanks do have, is there a V12 twin turbo tank engine with 5 valves per cylinder? Probably not. Even a 4 valve per cylinder one seems unlikely. It looks way too wild for me. The je ne sais quoi is nope. No, I think this does have a je ne sais quoi. I hate it, but it has a je ne sais quoi that makes me like it. Nah, trust me, the exhaust in the fuel tank would be fine. Okay then, alright, so apparently it's fine. Because Jumbo Jacob said. It even has household style outlets and USB ports. Does it really? Where? What? Is that, oh, is that what that's meant to be? Alright then. Interesting. But yeah, this is pretty freaking cool. I do like it a lot. Then we got this car. This one I'm actually excited to try out. It seemed a little bit cool in the description. Those are not exhaust stacks, those are refueling stacks. So the tanker planes can refuel them. So you got like the plane flying up there. Okay, I get it. I like that. A little bit of a weird design, but I like the design. It looks pretty decent. Very rudimentary sort of shapes and whatnot, but I do like it. Let's go in and see what we've got here though. We have a pushrod V8, no, V6. Pushrod V6 multi-point injection through twin turbos. All right, this is interesting. Is this maybe meant to be like the 3.8 Holden GM sort of engine? Maybe. Then we've got 2 4-piston brakes on the front. That's a lot of pistons. A lot of road cars won't have that many pistons. They'll usually go up to like 2-piston. Unless you're like really expensive, then they'll have more than that. Double wishbone. This is all-wheel drive, so that is going to be a little bit boring. But still, I was drawn to this one like a moth to a flame. Then we got 2-piston in the rear. Usually be 1 piston. I don't know how this goes. Yeah. So very kind of generic early beginner sort of game design sort of thing. The interior, pretty decent. They've not really missed out on much apart from the door cards, but that's fine. They've got the problems there with that colliding with that. Is this old or new automation? Let's have a look. This is old automation as well, so they don't have all of the new fixtures that are available to new people. How many gallons per mile? I like it. Small tiny sports car. I mean, it's not tiny. It just looks tiny because it's next to gargantuan here. Like, my goodness, that thing is just huge. Huge! It's like a Vauxhall Lotus Carlton engine. Alright. My truck goes 15 miles per gallon in BeamNG. So, not as bad as you think a diesel. As bad as you think it's a diesel. Okay. I'll be right back again. Alright, see you well soon. Alright. So, these are the cars that we have for today's stream, and we're going to start off with Supercar here. Alt-U, Control-E. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to go main menu, free roam. What map should we take that to? I feel as if this is a car we should give a proper shakedown to, so we'll take it to Automation Test Track. Oh, but then again, no, maybe we'll take this to East Coast, USA. And give it a try going out into the hills a little bit. You don't measure it in miles per gallon anymore, you measure it in environment destroyed per drive. Fair enough. Not sure what I like the most. I know, it's a bit torn for me. Okay, everything's loading in. Things were looking very weird there for a second. Alright, so, you know how my controller was glitching out last week? It got worse, so I upgraded. I looked online, bought myself a used, very cheap, almost the same price as a new regular Xbox controller. I got the Pro controller, and to be honest, I like it less than the 360 controller. It just feels a little too floaty. Like, not enough resistance. I should have gotten the Pro 2, or the Elite 2 controller, because that one you can make the sticks feel a little bit stronger. This one just feels too weak. And not enough feedback or like strength to pull it back. If I look up the engine for the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton, it's a twin turbo V6, not push rod, but it's similar engine. Okay, fair enough. Gallons per mile. Anyway. Oh, that's fast. Oh, and the turn-in is rather nice. Could do with ABS. I know, it seems like it should have ABS. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually have ABS. And if this is meant to be like a modern recreation of a car, then it should have had it. Fuel stations per minute? Sure. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that. Let's go back to here. Nope, I don't know what it's called. Where is it? There it is. What's it called? This car is named the Boy Racer 2. 2020 retro-style toy for boomers with more money than sense. So, most regulators will require ABS from factory. And ABS is actually good, so don't be shy of it. It actually does destroy the environment with 0.9 miles per gallon under hard acceleration. Sure. Anyway, this feels pretty good. Like, really fast. Is this all-wheel drive? It is all-wheel drive. Okay. So that'll explain a little bit of, like, the turn-in is sharp. A little too sharp sometimes. If this is meant to be a boomer vehicle, are they assuming that boomers like Mustangs? Because this is very easily Mustangable. And then there's sometimes, like, some understeer. Is this... I can't tell. Beamer, are you here in the chat? I don't think I've seen you so far. Is this, in fact, cross-ply tires? Because this thing is really oversteer happy. You need an entire oil rig behind it to drive it. Wow, you guys are really hating on that car, huh? Is this a DCT? Oops. This is a DCT. Which, no, that's not the right one. I'm getting used to the backside buttons. I mean, the Mustang is very midlife crisis. I don't agree with midlife crisis stereotype. I think, like, you guys want really cool cars, right? A lot of you won't be able to afford it due to circumstances and all that sort of stuff until you're in your midlife, and you still want it. I am in my 30s now. Oopsie daisies. And I'm still not much more mature than what I was in my 20s. Like, I'm more calm, but I'm still about the same maturity. I still want bonkers things. I still am stupid and all that sort of stuff. So, I think I'm going to be the same still around 50. So, calling things a midlife crisis, I think is very short-sighted. If you don't want things at the age of 50 that you wanted when you were a teenager, then maybe you're boring. You're just dull. Which one is it? No, not that one, not that one. That one, okay. Peak midlife crisis is early 2K's Porsche Boxer. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I don't like cool cars. I mostly buy 2CVs and 2CV driven cars. Okay, then. Oh, derived car, sorry. My dream car only costs 20K. Alright, then. Good drift car, though. I mean, it's kind of cool. They aren't really hating the jokes about MPG. Okay. Yeah, I don't love cool cars either. I mostly want to drive a 1962 Volkswagen Beetles are now becoming like as expensive as like supercars and stuff sometimes. It's like a not really good drift car. It's problematic. It's also all-wheel drive. So casual drift car, sure. Competition drift car, no. Like, it goes too far. Still pretty cool though. I do like it. Ah! Like, look at that. Just not enough grip. Okay, it's not going to move apparently. Yes, a little bit of yeetus, McCletus. And then too much four-wheel drift there because it just doesn't have the grip that it needs. And I can't bring it back now because it's gone into tank slapper territory. Which probably means, I don't know, too much rear weight for this chosen layout. And then, yeah, when you start going to like understeer territory, you can't power out of it. Which is a problem with non-rear wheel drive cars. When you're trying to drift, that is. You'd have to like build up the speed in mid-corner and rip the handbrake. Also, being all-wheel drive, you have to have a shorter corner, like longer corners, you're going to start understeering. Oh, sorry, it's going to pull you back in the line, I mean, sorry. 60 Beetle in the UK is sold between 7 to 30k. Sounds about right, depending on different things, yep. That 360 was smooth as hell. Too much rear bias torque, maybe? No, I think it's a lot of things together to make like a drift car, but like in any other sort of circumstance, it becomes a little bit dangerous. Yeah. This is hard to drive. Who was the creator of this car again? Is it our Beamer? I'm not sure if they want a full fill score or not. I think they probably just want a simple fill score, since it is a little bit of a meme. Not a complete meme car, but a little bit of a meme. So what we're going to go with is a few little notes that I'm going to make. Which one is it? V, yeah. Those taillights look a little too flat, a little too not three-dimensional when you've got quite a rounded sort of rear design. You could probably go something with that's a little bit more fitting. The rear wing doesn't, like, it looks like it almost fits, but it doesn't quite fit. Bit hard to tell. I think like this thing without aero as well would look a lot better, and you can probably do it with a lot less power and also just rear wheel drive. Then change the tires to match that correctly. I don't like this painted color when it should be body colored. I don't like the painted inside of this thing. Like maybe make that chrome. I don't know. It just doesn't look quite right. And then the front is a little bit mild, is the word I would use. Even though it does have the big front splitter thing on there. Yeah, I do like the hood mounted, fender mounted mirrors. I do like that. So overall, like the feel of it is good. The realism is low. The design of it is okay. I'm gonna give it somewhere around like a 7.5. It's good, but I don't think the design quite works, in my opinion. Welcome, Byte Laser Half. How's it going? In your automation update, you can change wheels, but sadly sometimes it disintegrates at spawn. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's only really one Mustang I'd want. It's the SN95 base V6 model. Alright, that's your choice, I suppose. So it's a muscle car since it's a death trap. Sure, but it's all-wheel drive, so not really a muscle car. And the engine is a flat 6. Is it turbo at all? Yes. Flat 6 turbo, all-wheel drive. Looks like a muscle car. Kind of drives a little bit like a muscle car, but I think that's because they forced it to handle like a muscle car, but deliberately made it a little bit more dangerous. So I'm not going to actually say it's a muscle car. It has a little bit of the spirit of a muscle car, but they've missed out on a lot of the spirit of the muscle car as well. Wow, you've done this timestamps during this stream? Wow, that's a lot of effort you've gone to there, Crownless. Welcome, Ryuka. How's it going? I'd recommend a bumper bar. On the front and rear, it looks like it needs some of this. Not particularly, like the AC Cobra. Do we have that one up? No, we don't. Okay, let's go. AC Cobra. I think if designed right, a car like the AC Cobra looks great without bumpers. And then when you do have bumpers, it's not a full bumper anyway. It's just these little bumperettes. I'm not really sure how you describe that, but yeah, that sort of thing. That's not the right one. New tech. I'm just looking, so they got little holes here for these little bumperettes to go into. That looks almost CG with like how perfect that's lined up and everything. That's good panel gap work. Muscle tone sometimes behave normally. This is a coffin on wheels. Sure, okay. By 2020, the fender mirrors would be desirable because it ruins aerodynamics. Oh, wouldn't be desirable. I don't think this car is about being aerodynamic. It's just about being cool. So it's a Viper then because the Viper killed a lot of people. Did it really? Oh. You reckon the AC Ace is better than the Cobra? I mean, I disagree. It's all of the most deadly cars on the planet combined. A little bit, but not that dangerous, realistically, if you're driving it normally. Also, it'd probably come with, if it's by a big manufacturer, stability control. And stability control would keep this a lot under control. Sounds like a flannelette... Oh, sorry, a flatulent person with Tourette's. Bumperettes? Okay. Well, I need some catching up to do, and there's an F1 race starting pretty soon, so might as well finish it now. Okay, then. AC Cobra, better than anything else on the planet. I kind of agree, but I also love the GT40. GT40 is one of my dream cars. Like, just, oh my god. It's so gorgeous. Though I probably wouldn't like the old GT40 because it's probably like maybe just a little too brittle with its like loudness. I've never been good with loud noises. I've always been anti-loud. I don't mind people having loud cars sometimes, but I probably wouldn't like it myself. So I'd probably go with like the 2005 soft Ford GT40 that's not like really hardcore or anything. And with all of its problems. But I mean, I'd still go for that because it's got that like gorgeous design. Now, the new Ford GT from 2016, was it? Was it 2016? Yeah. Now, this one, it's a little bit of hit or miss. Would I like to have it? Hell yes. Is it a dream car? Not so much. In that like race getup with the blocked out front little air curtain vent bit there, I think that looks better, in my opinion. It's a little less radical in certain ways and just looks more meant for business, this car. So I like this one more than I do the street car, which is not usually common. Citroen SM wants a word? Sure, I'm not much of a Citroen fan. I love the Shelby Cobra 427 Super Snake. Ford GT40 is definitely gorgeous, but I'm a huge fan of the GT range. All right, let's move on to the next car. The next car is the Cygnus 336T. So this is probably more of a actually, let's have a look at the description on this one. This one was towards the top. This one was meant to be on last stream as well. Way too much to read here. Is this meant to be a race car? I can't tell. The big goal was to try to strike the balance between tail happy and controllable. And what did I put down for this one? This car is... Okay, so they tried out a whole bunch of new 4.2 stuff. 2004 car, so it's not going to be top of the line, but they're trying out a whole bunch of new things, so we'll give it a try on... I think this is more like a West Coast sort of thing. Let's take it to highway, because that's where a lot of these sort of cars would probably end up. Coming out of Cars and Coffee onto a highway, check out the top speed, and that's probably about it. For like the fun stuff. The other stuff that they would do is maybe like slow cruising around the city and just like revving the engine a bit. Also, a more modified Ford GT broke the 480 km/h barrier, and Ford himself did it. Oh, okay. The Le Mans version of the car looks like an S7 from the front. I don't agree with that. Oh god, the GT90, I forgot that existed. Oh, I love the GT90. Would I, like, is it a dream car? No. But I just think it looks really cool. Do I think it looks good? It's questionable. I'm somehow intrigued by the idea of an AC Cobra with a Honda K20 engine. Sure, I mean, if you could get a AC Cobra kit car, which is a quite common kit car, you could do it yourself. So let's try this out. Ooh. That is very slow off the line. This is not very fast. Let's quickly slow this down. And, oops, daisies. You know what, I'm taking out the back paddles of this new Elite controller that I got. It's not new. I got it secondhand. It's still in very good condition. Taking those out because I keep pressing them by accident. And maybe I'll do something with that later. What am I looking for? Ah, UI apps. We're going to go for performance timers. And alright, you know what? No. Let's turn that off and see how it goes. .74. Okay, that is actually quite fast. It just feels really slow with ESC on. Let's try it with Sports ESC. And that rate takes it to 4.38. Let's see if I can make this faster with just a little bit of wheel spin. There we go, 3.7 seconds to 100. That is exceptionally fast. There were not many cars in this time period which could actually accelerate that in that time. Less than 4 seconds to 100? Oh my god. Get your earplugs, people. It's not that loud.
Or is it?
Kind of slow for supercars. I don't know, I just felt it for a second there. But that was just the traction control. But then again, 4.38 with traction control on, that's still actually supercar territory, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, 4.47 seconds to 100 in this time period was still supercar speed. Don't know where to get a good AC Cobra replica around here, though I know where to get really good Porsche 956 replicas. Oh, interesting. A Lotus 7s are everywhere. I'd love a Lotus 7 replica. Looks like a 90s, early 2000s supercar. This is meant to be 2002, right? 2004. Might not be slow compared to those, but I don't know. Hearing is overrated. Okay, you got a point there, Phil. I would love to have an AC Cobra with a Ford motor in it. Alright. I mean, I like Ford motors. 4.99 seconds, damn, that was slow. First gear should be more like 70 kilometers an hour, the ideal off-the-line performance. I mean, it really depends on the car. But if we just do like a dead start, 5.13 seconds to 100. That is still in supercar category areas. It just feels slow, which is weird. ESC was not a big thing back in this time either, especially for supercars. Supercar manufacturers were quite cheap. Also, I'm just realizing this is probably actually really loud. Can you guys even hear me? Whoa. Did I? Yeah, you know what? Brakes go fail. For some reason, I think the Lotus 7 and the Nissan L26 would be a cool build. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop desktop audio a fair chunk. It feels slow because it bogs down and it revs. Yeah, I kind of get that. But like, it's powering through second gear also feels slow. It has a bit of understeer characteristic to it. It's not got top-end power either. Maybe it's just a new controller that I'm just not used to, but this feels weird to drive. Something about it just feels a little bit numb. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. So let's take it around the track right now. Track days back in 2004. Not that popular, but we'll give it a try anyway. Seems heavy on the rear. The traction control is kicking in a lot as well, or ESC is kicking in a lot. I'm not a fan of the taillights. Yeah, same, but I kind of get what they were going for there. With this color, it looks like cheese. A little bit. I do agree with your assessment there. I don't mind the taillights, to be honest. I'm not a big fan. I don't hate them. I get what they're going for, though. Ah, that's not where I was meant to be going. There we go. Idea, Lotus 7 replica with a two-stroke engine from old Honda bikes. That sort of stuff exists. People use that very specifically, so then they can have a sequential gearbox. So that is not uncommon. Okay, around corners, understeers a lot towards the exit. The turn in is okay. But it feels like you have to go a lot slower through the corner than what you would like. So we're going to do one lap with ESC on and then one lap without ESC. Okay, traction control. You don't have to be that aggressive. Yeah, all right. Okay. A little bit tail happy there. This kind of looks more like a 90s than 2004. I agree. But a lot of first-time supercar manufacturers were not really on the pulse of design. The brakes are not good. Those brakes are not good at all. They must be really unbalanced or underpowered. I'm not sure which one it is. Screw it, AC Cobra with a Hayabusa motor in it. Sure. Our front end do drive quite a bit under braking. And do dive quite a bit. Sometimes, yes. This isn't actually so bad under braking. Like, it's mid-corner braking doesn't make it wash out wide particularly bad. It's alright. And then slow down for this apex. Ah! This is very loud in my headset as well. Alright. That has been okay. It's been a very controllable car and a little bit of like later corner exit understeer. But I think if you were to do your corners correct, that would still be alright. And brakes suck horrifically. Goodness gracious. You know what? This feels a little bit livelier so far. Got that understeer though. But it feels more usable on exit when it's understeering still. So, not the most amazing oversteer, but it is controllable still. I think it's like all-wheel drive and front engine rear-wheel drive cars have the most controllable natural oversteer, apart from like front wheel drive, but front wheel drive has its own problems of like, then it'll snap back and be understeery. Yeah, see that? You get into a tank slapper, not the greatest. How would you control that? Lots and lots of time tuning. This is still actually a really good car. Better than a lot. Yeah, I think the brakes could be tuned better. And then we got that understeer again. And now we're pulling to the left. So let's quickly reset. Ah! Nah! Bugger. Yeah. Though I do like it though. It does feel very unique. And I don't mind it. This actually, it is fun to drive and think about how like supercars have not always been perfect. This does feel like a big car. And I don't mind that because one of my favorite supercars of all time is the Lamborghini Diablo, specifically the SV, because that's kind of like the poster car that I grew up with. I didn't have it as a poster. I wasn't allowed posters. But yeah, I don't know why, but still. Yeah, alright. I'm assuming you're going to want a full fill score, which is fine. I'm happy to give this one a full fill score. Because this isn't particularly like a meme-ish sort of build sort of thing. And it just feels more realistic and thought out. So, let's turn it off. Let's get rid of this performance timer app. Weird music choice. God damn it. I hate this new UI. Oops, it is thing. It's so irritating. You can Rayhan post the zip file on. Okay. I'm using Groundhog's car last stream as a benchmark for mid-engine car handling. I probably wouldn't. Like, it was okay. It was good, but yeah. I see the Mosler for sure. Yeah, I see a little bit of Mosler here. I do see that. I see a little bit of Celine S7 in here as well. Just a little bit. Or is it... Which one's the Mosler? Ah, yes, that's the Mosler. And then a little bit of Celine S7. Are they the same car? They're not, are they? My brain not working right? No, they're not the same car. They just have a lot of things kind of like in similarity, like the general shape of it. You know what? I think there's a little bit more Mosler than Celine in here. Yeah, I see that. Damn, I missed the start of the stream. I have to go back to after the stream ends. I'll have to go back to it after the stream. Oh, okay then. Welcome, the Rogue Adventurers. How's it going? Welcome to the stream today. Side profile gives me Mosler vibes. Can I share my car? Top speed seems to be in the... So, you can put cars in the Discord for people to try it if you want. I probably won't, but if it ends up on the Reddit, and it gets within the top 10 or like gets picked up as a beginner car for the week, then I will do a test drive of it. Otherwise, like, I would get sent so many cars, I just wouldn't really have time to do everything else I want to do and need to do for videos and stuff. Also, here's a little bit of a heads up. My Tuesday, Wednesday time sort of video release that I usually do will be a stream. I'm going to be going into making liveries in Blender. Going to have the whole process on there for you to see. So keep that booked if you want that. That'll probably be a moderately length stream. Probably not 4 hours long. It'll be a little bit shorter. I'll do like the beginning part probably as a video and then have that stream at the beginning of the stream and then actually run the stream itself. Uploads for reviews are through Reddit only now. I really like the front, but the tail doesn't do it justice. Yeah, I kind of agree. But I'm also, like, I see the leading lines that they've done. They've done a fairly good job with the leading lines, but it's not really fitting the body shape a whole lot, which I'm a little bit disagreeing with. Like, you see here, sorry, these have lips on them, and the Mosler has a little bit of a lip as well around there. It just, the flat bottom going into the lip is what you expect from these sorts of like big bulky supercars. That's the 3D render, but yeah, you get the idea. This, where it's like angled just below, it doesn't quite look correct. Doesn't look horrible, it just doesn't look correct. Okay, let's go ahead and start giving this thing a fill score. Okay, so styling. It is a little bit blank. I'm gonna go out there and just say that there's not like huge design here. So if you have a look at the Celine S7, you can see here they've got like this cool little vent accent there. Got the kind of like, it's angled around, but it's very reminiscent of like your Testarossa sort of vents on the side there. Like they got the slats on the wheel fender ventilation sort of areas. Similar sort of thing here on the Mosler. You've got like extra cool things here. They didn't want just a vent here. They wanted to like put slats on there to make it look interesting. This we'll take this picture up again. This intake and exhaust here, like this is an exhaust vent, not the engine exhaust, but like a vent comes out there, and then it's connected all the way through into there. There's something unique about this car that they've done, and they've done it around in a few different places. Here, it's a little bit safe, is the word I would use for the design here. Not bad, just a little bit safe. Not over-designed, not under... It is a little bit under-designed on the rear. But yeah, it's just, missing the je ne sais quoi factor. So for the design, we're going to go something like a 6, because we are rating this against other supercars. Acceleration, it is pretty good, but it doesn't feel great. So we'll only give that like an 8. That is a high score, but it feels like it's missing a liveliness to it. Handling. Pretty good. So we'll give that about like an 8. I'd like to give it an 8.5, but I like to keep it to round numbers. The fun factor though is a little bit low because it doesn't feel great. The cool factor, I mean, it's a supercar. Kids will look at that whether they like the design or not. Like their brain just goes, wow, that looks like a supercar. Wow. And a lot of other people that are into cars will also know it, all that sort of stuff, so they'll be like crowding around it. So the cool factor will be pretty darn high. The trackability is going to be considerably less because those brakes aren't great and the cornering is a bit lackluster. Features. Let's have a look. It's never going to be comparative to a modern car. And you haven't really drawn a lot in here, so I'm assuming for a supercar it's not going to be completely decked out with everything. So get that like a 5. It's got probably like AC. Let's give that like a 4. Comfort. It's going to be a very hard supercar, and the seats aren't the most padded, but they don't look thin, if you know what I mean. Like there's a lot of thickness to that seat. So we'll give that like maybe a 6. And also the loudness is also very loud. So that will also affect your comfort in the car. What was it? I think it was an Ascari that had like a definitely loud engine. So like, I like a good sounding engine, but if it's just loud, that's not very comfortable. And you don't lose a whole lot of power by putting in mufflers. Like you lose a little bit, but you don't need that extra bit of power if it's going to come at too much of a cost. Unless it is actually a track car. In my opinion, at least. The backlog when it uploaded through Discord is stupid long. Yeah, it was. That was Forza Horizon 5, not a render? What? Oh, okay. You know what I mean. Video games are just renders technically. Yeah, that's... Usable renders? Lol? I'm so confused. Anyway, quality. Have they gone into... No, I don't think there's a whole lot of information on this car. Oh, this is a track-ready car? Not with those brakes, brother, bucko. All right, so there's no information on anything here. So, Supercar. What's the engine? Let's have a look. It's a V6, so it's not going to be probably the worst one because it's probably using a mass-produced engine. A V6 supercar is very rare, though. The only one that existed back in that sort of time period would have really been, like, out of the big ones were Maserati, not the Ferrari, but like the Dino, but that was more of a race car. What's the big one? The Jaguar XJ220? And none of those did particularly amazingly. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. There may be other ones, but they're not really like super duper cars. And this one looks like it's meant to be a super duper car, especially at its price, maybe? Yeah, at $110,000. It's not the most expensive car, but it is pretty thing. But it is modified with 2000 turbos, so they're not going to be the highest quality turbos. They'll wear out. And being handmade, quality is not amazing. It's probably, yeah, not great. So we're going to go with, like, probably a 3 on that, which is very respectable for a supercar. I'm giving that over the feel quality. I'm guessing this is more of a limited production run sort of supercar where they didn't put a whole lot of effort into the materials, because the dash here is like very basic design with gauges kind of plopped on top of that, which leads me to think that it's not like all leather trimmed and all that sort of stuff with like intricate stitching and all that sort of stuff. So it's just good, but not amazing. What will be now most likely be made out of Alcantara. So, practicality. There's no real size in there for the boot. There's not a whole lot of room under here, considering there's also a vent under here. I hate this keyboard so much. So practicality, 2, because it's got 2 seats. Value, $110,000 for a car like that. That's actually a pretty good value. I'm assuming the resale on that is pretty bad though. So we'll get that like a 5, because it's pretty hard to judge. Ongoing costs. I love the idea of calling a hypercar a super duper car. What I mean is like, there's been a few, like that French supercar that wasn't really a supercar. What I mean is like a real supercar, not a like, hey, I want this to be called a supercar, so I'll call it a supercar sort of supercar. It doesn't get away with it. Like, if you wanted to, you could call the Turbo MR2 a supercar, but not really. Kind of like Lotus is straddling that border, but is it really a supercar? It's straddling that border, but it's not. I'll probably be for another, awake for another half hour, E-Dragon? All right then, welcome Ed. How's it going? What's going on here? Just doing stuff. So ongoing costs, probably not particularly great. 1, a lot of this stuff is probably going to be custom and low production runs. And 2, those turbos are going to be terrible. And 3, the fuel uses on these are not great. So I'm probably going to give that like a 2 out of 10. JB Editing, I don't believe there is any. Would I buy it? Like a 1. I would, but it would never be in my price range, so it only gets a 1. The je ne sais quoi factor, the mwah, does it work? Mwah. I feel a little bit. It feels like a big, heavy supercar, like the Diablo, which really gets me going. But the rest of it just, I feel the rest of it is represented elsewhere. Now, the realism feels pretty good, but not really there. So we'll get that a 6. And that gives you a total fill score of 76, which is pretty darn good. That's almost halfway. So, pretty decent. Also, everyone here, I'm going to remember this before anybody reminds me to do it because I'm such a bad streamer. If you do like the stream, please go ahead and tap that like button. And if you're not subscribed, maybe go ahead and subscribe. Oh, I'll stop that now. I'm sorry. All right. You could talk about the Alpine A1. No, not that one, but yes, that one as well. No, like, the Grand Tour did that thing, and Rich and Hammond got in one of their like little mini supercar sort of thingies. Grand Tour, what was it? Menage. Was it Menage a Quoi? Is that what it was? Oh, Menage. Oh, Carnage à Trois. That's what it was. Yeah, which I love. I love the fact that they made that pun. That's so good. So, yeah, decent. Not a bad score. Is it an amazing score? No, you've created a 18-year-old car. My brain is not working very well, is it? But yeah, you get the idea. It's a pretty good score for it. Full Man is scared? Alright then. BMW Isetta is Supercar, yes. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I get that. You want me to press that sub button again? No. I said if you're not subscribed. Venturi and... Oh, I don't know. You should be scared of Phil, man. Oh, don't be scared of me. I want to still lure you into my cave. It was that Fiat, was it? I don't know. That's Italian. I have to leave for a while. We'll probably be back in 30 minutes. Okay, Chris Sharman, I'll see you when you come back. Let's check out the next car, which is, the Edsel Comet SL V6 by Broken Ursa, I believe. Here we go. So there was an Edsel, what, last week or the week before? I don't remember when the previous Edsel was shown. But anyway, this is by Broken Ursa. It's a 2009 car. If Edsel, the brand, didn't go out of business, or didn't get shut down, sorry. It's a $30,300 car, so it's like a mid-range family car. It is front-wheel drive and V6, so very Ford-ish. I want to see what the Ford Edsel might look like if the brand had survived. So, interesting story here. Not too complicated, very easy for me to get a grasp on. If somehow my apartment building of... what the hell? Reviewed, I want full score. Sure. I think we are just talking about Edsel last week. Were we? Okay then. I brought up the Ford Edsel last week and you hated how it looked. Oh, okay then. Yeah, that like the over-designed sort of 50s thing. Is that what that was? Most supercars were high-performance sports cars that became hard to decipher between sports and super, which is probably why the term hypercar exists. Supercars originally were just cars with a lot of power. Back in the day, which is why muscle cars were called supercars back in the day. But then, like, they realized that mid-engine was more super, so they would consider only, like, high power, sorry, mid-engine cars as supercars that handled well, which knocked out a lot of muscle cars. And then the rest of them with being mid-engine. And my brain doesn't work. Did you know that? Then hypercars came along because supercars became more like GT cars. But GT cars were becoming softer as well. So they had the GT cars, the supercars, and then there was this like level of supercar that was not comfortable. So they had to really stop calling it like a supercar, and it was becoming more like a track car, but not exactly a race car. So they called it a hypercar, which I actually felt was a really good distinction. I think the requirement for hypercar is over 500. I don't think there's a requirement. I think it's just like the car has to be brutal and high-powered. It has to be like the Lotus Exige is brutal, but it doesn't really fit the category because it's not going all out on all aspects. It doesn't have maximum amount of power. It doesn't have... I suppose it does have like maximum amount of handling, maybe. It's really hard to tell there. But it's not going all out on all aspects. It's going all out on certain aspects, which is like lightness and like cornering and everything. Phil, I'm going to go. I'm going to try and make the perfect car in automation Sear. I mean, you could do that with me in the background, but catch you later. I get it. You don't love me anymore. Let's go ahead and try Mr. Edsel's car. So we're going to give it a bit of a drive around. We'll then take off the ESC and see how it drives. And then we'll give it a bit of a drive around the road. This is probably not meant to be a particularly sporty car either, considering that it's a a front-wheel drive mild V6, even if it does have like aftermarket headers on it, which is a weird choice. Why did you go with those aftermarket headers there? This thing brakes well. Oh my goodness. Lotus Exige is a GT car, I guess. No. 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 No Lotus. No serious Lotus is a GT car. So the Exige, not a GT car. GT means Grand Touring. The one thing you need in Grand Touring is luggage space. The other one is comfort for long drives with long gearing. That is not a Lotus. A Lotus is quite a brutal car. For some people, that may be fine. But for a lot of people, that car becomes very uncomfortable on long drives. Yeah, I'm making a car with you in the background. Okay, then. I cannot make good brakes. Fair enough. I am meant to be making a video on that with Cesari, who's another YouTuber. The exhausts were way too choked without the tubular headers. I wanted to use cast, but it didn't work for what I wanted. Sorry, but you should have. If you had said that this is an aftermarket tuned version of the car, then I would have been fine with that. I think the V8 Esprit could be considered a GT. Almost. Still, Lotuses are quite brutal. And also tight. You don't want to be tight in a GT car. You want to be able to, like, have room and be comfortable. My car tends to be completely useless at stopping, and I have no idea why. Welcome, Sadager Reloaded. How's it going? Agony? What agony? The brakes are actually pretty good. Turn in is decent. Mid corner is decent. ESC kicking in a little too much. Let's turn ESC to moderate. And let's see how, because I feel like this one may be a little bit oversteery. Yeah, it is a little bit oversteery, which is not what you want for what is a family car. And isn't Edsel meant to be a more luxurious sort of brand? Kind of like the Lincoln, a little bit. Edsel is also just a bad name. It's not a good sounding name. Lotuses or Loti? Was there a Lotus GT style car that was a concept or something? There was the GT1, but that wasn't, no. Lotuses is like the flower, I believe. You add an O for every Lotus. Look at those 8 Lotus. I put the wing on because it's a bit oversteery. Alright, fair enough. Just to reduce that lift? Fair enough. Ah! I left the braking too late. Braking is being hampered too much. No! Okay, that braking was not great just then. Edsel was supposed to be completely... Oh, sorry, supposed to compete with Pontiac. So slightly upscale, but a little bit more sporty. Ah, okay then. There's a little miniature insect flying around here and it's bugging me. Hey, bugging me. Let's go ahead. Where's my mouse? I keep losing it. There we go. The hell? This insect. Welcome, Border 140 Tame. How's it going? All right, let's give this a lot of wheel spin. My goodness. Edsel is great in concept, but useless in every other aspect. Oh dear. Okay, you know what? It does alright with that, stability control. I would love, like, a good traction control, though. Fords are notoriously not great with traction control, from this sort of time period. Like, my Ford Fiesta, I love so much about my ST150. It is so good. Except for, one, the torque steer, which is not that big of a problem. But also the traction control is deadly. Okay, that should have braked a little bit better than that. Good God? What's good God? What was flying by? I'm so confused. Stream is buggy. The puns are really bugging me. Okay. So, without the ESC, it's feeling a lot more like just a lumpy family car. And I think that's absolutely fine. Let's just take it, I just want to do the back corner that we're coming up on soon. Okay, that did not want to turn in the way I wanted it to turn in just then. That was unfortunate. Okay, here we go, here we go. And turn in. You know what? It is a little bit oversteery, but it's not that bad. I tried to even induce a bit of oversteer there, and I just got understeer, and I think that's fine. Whoopsie-daisies. So I like this guy. It's actually pretty comfortable to drive. I really do enjoy it. Would I want it in real life? Maybe not. Ed, I'm sure he can stop making puns if you're insects. Sure, I know what you meant there. Insist. I meant good. Ah, okay then. It is a lumpy family car, so at least it feels how it should. Sure, I get that. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score, keeping in mind that it is $30,300. For a mid-sized family car, not the worst thing in the world. Let's actually check to see how much Ford Focus price Australia. 44,000, that's current day prices about over a decade ago. 30,000 is actually pretty decent. If it was meant to be more upmarket, I would probably expect the price to be a little bit higher. Let's go with styling. It's very mild, is the wording I would use. And I think that's absolutely fine. I think that works quite nicely. I'm not sure about this, though. Something about here just doesn't feel complete. So, we're going to go ahead and give that, like, a 6. It's not ugly, which is a lot of what that sort of design period was meant to be. Just, you know, good and nice. Acceleration. Moderate, but not slow. Handling. Better, but not amazing. Actually, you know what? We'll give that one a 6 because it's nowhere near the other one. Fun factor. Yeah, a little bit. Like, you can get the wheel spin going. That's kind of fun if you turn traction control off. Cool factor. No, it's not cool. It's just a regular old sort of car that's going out of business, apparently. So that means that it's not particularly liked very much. Trackability. The brakes maybe could have been a little bit better. But it's also not like a track car. That's not what it's meant to be. Features. Let's go have a look. I spy with my little eye a screen and what looks to be a lot of dials. So, it's got like electric windows, mirrors, all that sort of stuff. Not the worst. So, hold on. I feel that could have been further back. Did you put this gauge cluster in front of another one? No. What's happened here? Something here is weird. There's like a panel on top of here that's... Yeah. I could see behind this panel of... whatever. Anyway, we'll probably give that, because it's probably not going to have everything. Give that like a 6. Probably not going to have radar guided cruise control, especially at the lower end prices like that. Comfort. I mean, it's a fairly soft kind of car. Decent seats, a little bit buckety for a nice little bit of extra hugging there. Probably like an 8. Let's have a actually look at the rear. Not bad in the rear. That looks acceptable. So, comfort at 8, pretty good. You know what, actually, we'll give that a 9. That looks quite comfortable. Quality. I mean, Fords aren't bad for quality, especially when they're out of the cheapest car price range. It's all right sort of stuff. And then the, like, engines, they're okay. The suspension usually will have some sort of issue. It's Ford. They don't try that hard. Door handles will probably break at some point. So we'll give that a 7. Then practicality. I mean, you do have 5 seats. The boot there is a little bit of a small opening, but not so bad. It's not like an an SUV, large boot size or hatchback, sort of like boot accessibility there. So it's not going to be the most practical car in the world, but you got good parking. So we'll give that like an 8. Pretty good on practicality, but not like a 7-seater if you need something like that. Value. Okay, I decided to join on the other PC, okay. It's like rolling up the track in your mother's grocery getter. A little bit, yeah. Automation has an update messing with some stuff. Oh, what are they messing with? Comfy guy? I think it's comfy. Value. I mean, it's okay. They're going to be coming down in price. Oh, you know what? The value would be then lower because, like, you're not going to get a good resale on these sorts of things because they don't have great resale. Ongoing costs. It's probably going to be pretty good. Decent on fuel. It's not like an economic turbo small engine sort of thing. And all your parts are going to be quite cheap, but it's also not going to break down a huge amount. J-Beam editing. There was none. Would I buy it? Like a 3. But not necessarily. The je ne sais quoi. There's a fair chunk of je ne sais quoi in there that I've... You know what? Actually, a lot of je ne sais quoi there that I feel isn't represented in the scores. Realism. It feels quite real. We're going to give it an 8 out of 10, though, because I really don't like those headers on there. So, 96? That's actually pretty... really good score. Yeah, resale value would be terrible. Yeah. Aero model now doesn't make the cars unstable and a bunch of other things. Yeah, I'm not a great fan of the entire aero package that we get now. I would like an amalgamation between the two. I think what they've done for current aero is a mistake. I managed to get this car to 30 miles per gallon combined. I can pull 40 sometimes on the highway. Okay, so it's not great on fuel, but it's pretty decent. One of my current silly projects in automation is engineered to slightly overheat, and it also has a 20-liter fuel tank. Huh. Sounds fun. Let's go ahead and have a look at the next car. Ah, the Crossfart. Which clearly they're taking on from my nomenclature of the go-fart go-kart sort of thing. But now it's like so much easier to make these sorts of things now. Is that the front brakes that we're locking up? Yeah, I feel the front brakes are maybe a little too powerful, especially if you're trying to make an off-road sort of vehicle. So on bitumen, it understeers and oversteers, which is odd. Let's take it to the figure 8 first. Ah! Oh, that front wheel lift up. I love it. Ah! Oh, wow, that's actually a really rigid vehicle. It didn't deform at all, but I just wanted to... That's cringe. Not enough. What? I'm interested in the go-kart. That is really neat. I want to make a go-kart again, honestly. Now that I know how to make things better, I might do it again. Oh, this thing is a drift boy. Oh, no, a little bit of understeer. And unfortunately, because of the short wheelbase, you get into, like, tank slappers and whatnot. Having a wider car should help with tank slappers a lot more. No, longer car? No, I think it's a longer car. Like a longer aspect ratio. I can't remember. Now I'm drawing a blank on that one. Alright. It doesn't like to accelerate at low speeds. But once it gets going, it's so much better. This is tricky. I wouldn't actually have that radiator where it is, by the way. There's a few different reasons. One, it would be hot on the driver. And two, if it like sprung a leak or something, it's very possible it could hit the driver. And that would be not great. That's the smallest, weakest brakes that I could export. Not caring about the score lost due to... Okay, fair enough. Did you want this one to have a full fill score or just like a simplified fill score? Because it's not really the sort of car that would benefit from a fill score. It's going to score quite badly because it's not a road car, to be honest. Or a daily car of any sort. So like your daily scores are out the window. Oh, lock the diff. Oh, lock the diff. Okay. What was the description on this one? I can't remember. Crossfired, Gabenhood, $10,000 apparently. A crosscut styled vehicle with a 750cc four-cylinder engine from a Kazuzi motorcycle. Engage diff lock so you can die like a man. So let's go give that a try. My coolest body of automation mod is the RB, Mako, and Opal thingamybobby. Go the easy mode for both of us? Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Alright, accelerating off the line is problematic. I feel that it could do with wider rear tires, maybe. Especially if you've got, like, the, diff locks on the back. No, now it becomes, like, completely undrivable. No, that is... I'd say borderline undrivable, but it is actually undrivable now. I'm gonna try, like, feathering it as much as possible. And it just goes round. And then it goes into tank slapper mode. Yep, no. So, diff locks, not good. Fun though, very fun. Let's take it to the dirt track, which is over here somewhere. There we go. It's all to scale as per Google Crosscuts. Oh, really? Interesting. So I've turned the diff locks off, and let's see how this thing handles now. Ah! Too fast. Not enough grip to pull me up in time, unfortunately. Nah! Nah! Damn it. Let's refresh that. Because I want this thing to, like, give me a proper full go. I feel also if you do the node editing properly as well, it'll make the car handle a little bit more characteristically as well. And then you'll probably want more tires as well on the rear, because the thing will probably be more prone to oversteer. Yeah, I don't think you need the diff locks on. This thing is fine without it. Oh, this thing bottoms out hard. You did not give this rally suspension, but apparently, or like hardcore sort of stuff. Sorry, it has rally suspension. It doesn't have hardcore suspension. Tricar on drag racing with the Ibishu 200S BX. Alright, we can give that a try. Ah! God damn it, it is really hard to control. I feel that there was potential here. And I would love to if you had actually spent more time on the handling characteristics and learning how that works. Because that feels like a fun car, just like 50% way there on the engineering of it. So, let's go get this a try. How do you like suspension, so I put suspension on your suspension? One, that's an old meme, and two, that's not really what's happening here. Anyway, let's go ahead. Spin camera, no, good. What car are we going up against? Going up against, what was the 200? What do we go? The Demon? Is that a drift car? Oh no, there's a drag car, okay. Now, you may not have meant the drag version, but I want to go against the drag version. What's the noise I'm hearing? The music? Is that what you're talking about? And right there, okay. What the hell? What the hell was that? You're the noise Wait, the noise you're hearing is... What? I'm so confused. Oh, the noise you're hearing is me. Oh, okay. Good God. Wow, I'm not used to seeing such a small amount of configs. I have too many mods. Alright. Wheelie boy? Yeah, that was a lot of wheelie. Damn. Anyway, this thing is wheelie fast. That is a phenomenal little car. Unfortunately, the handling is not quite there. I would love you to go back and do a couple little changes. One, get rid of this me malicious exhaust. Two, I don't know if... Let's pause this. Get rid of this maybe. Three, look at my node editing to make that correct so then it handles properly and everything, because this will actually be slowing your ability to turn the car and everything. You don't want your car to turn more, so what you're going to want to do then is probably make the front tires narrower or your rear tires wider, something like that. Then you'll just have a really good vehicle. Just like tune it little bits here and there. Anyway, that is that car. I really love the design of what you've done here with the 3D primitives and whatnot. So I am going to give it like an 8. Even though the handling is not great and you haven't done any editing, I just love the like size and everything. You've done such a good job here. I love it. Let's go on and have a look at the next thing. Where are all these bugs coming from? We've had an outbreak of bugs in this local area recently within the last, like, week. And it's gotten really bad up to the last couple of days. We now have the Mini-Laugh, Ozand or whatever it is. This is by Ekai Min, which means that certainly 100%, without a question of a doubt, this is a drift car and will always be a drift car. I believe that they wrote in the description, hey Phil, this is definitely a drift car. So, going by that, this is a drift car and we should take it to Clutch Kickers. You don't know how to stop the shaking? The shaking will come with the node editing. So if you make the nodes fit the car, this music is really loud in my ear. It's not loud for you guys, but for me it's really loud. Yeah, let's turn that up to there now. If you look at my node editing tutorial, it won't just help handling, but will also help the shaking if you do it correctly. There is probably, in my opinion, too many nodes in the normal collision mesh, which is unavoidable, to for like that size small of a car, but I think it should be fine. Miata 2.0? No, this is not an S2000. Why does he only make drift cars? Where Vixen, I was making a joke. So this is meant to be... I can't remember what he wrote. Honestly. So $45,000, quite expensive. Let's go in here and find what he wrote. It is not an S2000. I didn't spend lots of time on this. So it's not quite the quality of my other projects. This is not a drift car, Phil. Not a drift car this time. No drifting this one. Actually, it does drift. Okay, go ahead. Realism. Try realism this time. It's not an S2000, even though it's spec'd almost exactly the same. Less power to weight. I am not sure what I'm even meant to write about this car. If you want to suggest a car for me to make next week, make a front-wheel drive, low-powered 2002 Ford... No, sorry, not Ford. Toyota Corolla. Not a sports version. A base version. The cheapest entry. But still like the features that a lot of people would want. So, yeah. Color card to blue? Yeah, not a big fan of the color. Or like the metallic in it. I make GT3 cars? Try drag race with... No, just stop asking for drag races. I'm not doing that anymore. But also, welcome, whatever your name is. I can't even start with that name. So, with the amount of roll cage, this is meant to be like a road car that is turned track car. Hachiko, 85. This? Oh, you mean the car I was suggesting for him to try? No, not a Hachigo. A 2002 baseline Toyota Corolla. Something so bland and boring, but make it so good that it's interesting. That Corolla better be beige? I don't know about that. It could just be white. Here in Australia, white is a very common color. I know in North America, what is it like? Gray or silver cars are like the common color as well. Is this playing a song or not? I can barely hear it. It is playing a song, it's just very quiet. Give me a second, I need to... Sorry about that. The car sounds really good. This? I know, it kind of sounds a bit boring and mundane. But then again, that's just a lot of 4 cylinders for some reason. That's my favorite challenge, making a boring car interesting. Yeah, I know, right? Because those cars, even though they may seem boring on the outside, there's actually a lot of detail in those cars. There's a lot of cool things. Now, it doesn't actually have to be a Toyota Corolla. It can be a Corolla competitor, but give it lots of detail and make it look like a real car. Drag race with perv car? What the hell? He's allergic to drift cars? Who? Make crash test? You're not great with the English, are you? This car feels alright. Actually, it feels quite tracky. Oh, I've just noticed that the steering wheel is moving. There's no dash cam, unfortunately. Wheels popped off. Is this old automation? Didn't they just make the wheels less poppy-offy? So, let's put this into... relative. I'm just using WASD to move around, by the way. Alright. There's no sun visors. There's no rear view vision mirror. And the gauges don't move. Only the steering wheel, which is fair enough. I get it. Gauges are a lot harder than steering wheels. Which is why usually when I get into these, like J-beaming a car more because I like the car a lot, like I do with the Lotus and with the Holden VK that I made, the first thing I did was the steering wheel, and then kind of later on decided to also do other things. You're not great with the English, are you? As an English person, I am highly offended, expect a call from your lawyer. Dashcam widget does export unless I'm doing it wrong. No, the camera positioning things worked initially for me, but ever since has not worked for me. So if it's not working for you, that's because it's just currently it doesn't work. Boring car is the best when you floor it, but still doesn't do much other than break down after. Well, okay. Usually boring cars will take a thrashing and be fine. Less poppy-offy, very technical term. He's right-hand drive? Yeah. I believe Ekaimin is Australian. Also, being a Honda, Japanese, right-hand drive. Say your mod's number on automation. Huh? I don't know what it is you mean. I am confuzzled. Also, if anybody wants to do like the pick up the mantle of making flush mods like I do for the grill and everything. Ah! Okay, this thing has a tendency to lose a bit of control when I'm in first person, so let's go back to third person again. I'm going to be doing a short soon on how I remaster them to be more flush. That's a lot of smoke. No, that was Steam actually. Has anybody kept a record of which version of Auto and Beam had the best working exports? Kinda over the jank? You know, currently at the moment, it's kind of the best it's been in quite a long time. Eka is in Australia, he is Tasmanian. We all know Tasmania doesn't count as Aussie. Fair enough. Not sure what you mean, man. What? Automation crash is cheap. I'm confused. You mean the crashes don't feel as realistic as BeamNG car? Well, yeah, that's because BeamNG cars are like all made, handcrafted. Automation is like very generic, so you can export any type of car, really. Oops. Yeah, this thing has a tendency to lose control. I wouldn't really say this is a drift car. I haven't really tried to drift it per se, but I feel that every time that this thing starts to lose its back end, it just goes around. Yeah, see there? I had to keep lifting and lifting until the point where it just slowed down a lot. Let's try taking this out to the road where I can actually try to throw it. This track's not really prone to like drive road sort of chuckage. That was weird. Next, make a car with an RV Mako mod. I don't know what that means. The exporter is definitely the best it's ever been. I don't know about that. But I definitely still has a lot of bugs. Sure. The car gonna be fun on the tow game. Well, let's give it a bit of a try. There's a bit of a chuckage area around up here. Nah, this car is not chuckable. This car will punish you for not driving it like a serious road car. If you want to drift it, then be flipping amazing, because that's how Ekaimin tunes his drift cars. He tunes them to be very specifically for them. Okay, you know, there's a little bit, but then it gets into tank slapperiness, and that's not great. Let's keep going. In the Redwoods area at the moment, if anybody's wondering. You can choose to spawn here if you like. Yep, no. So this thing punishes not driving sensibly. Whoops! Yeah, it feels like this thing is meant to be a gymkhana car more than anything else. Yeah, no, I didn't brake in time, and then I tried to handbrake it to get a drift on, and it didn't work. Yeah, nah. So I like it, but I don't know why you said it was a drift car. As like a road car, it feels pretty decent. It's not drifting probably because you forgot to change your drift fluid. Oh, okay, fair enough. Roll bar's too stiff in the rear, would be my guess in a real sim, but this just isn't. Yeah, fair enough. All right, so I like the car. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. And first thing is going to be styling. I feel like the hood is a little bit too plain Jane, and like missing something there. The rear end, feel like it's missing something as well. Side is about as basic as it needs to be, but I think that that indicator doesn't really help. I think like a more stylized thing would be better. So styling, like a 7. I do like the sort of look. It is a sports car, and we're comparing it to a lot of other sort of sports cars. On the next stream, make 5 new cars. First mod with no. In general, it looks like the rear lacks grip. Kind of like a Mazda. Sure, okay. I don't know about that. I've never driven a Mazda. Ekai is very good at making specifically tuned cars. He's not good at styling. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't done a bad job. It's just a bit bland. But they've done a fairly decent job of copying my Noda S2000. The body is an S2000 body, not the Miata body. Acceleration. It felt okay, so we'll give that a 7. Handling. Like an 8. It was pretty good. Fun factor. It gets a bit squirrely on the back end, but then again, if you do it right, then you get that like rewarding feeling, so maybe we'll bump that back up to an 8. A cool factor. It's not a supercar or anything, but it is still pretty cool. Trackability. It feels pretty darn good. Whoops. Features. I'm guessing it's not going to be particularly well packed with features. What year is this? 2000. So before a lot of like advances were made, I'm assuming a lot of them were also taken out for this track version with the roll cage and everything. So the features are going to be like maybe a 3, I don't know. Comfort. I mean, it's probably got really stiff suspension. The seats don't look that bad. So we'll give that like a 6. Quality, I mean, it's a Honda. Has this thing been tuned a lot? Not really, so it's probably still fine, but a lot of these engines are revved really hard, so it'll probably be like an 8, because the build quality of these is not particularly bad. The reliability and all that sort of stuff are pretty good, but still thrash, so not like a 9 or a 10. Practicality. I mean, it's an okay boot. A lot of it will be like filled up with where the top used to go, and it's only 2 seats, so we'll give that like a 3. No, yeah, a 3. No, 4, because the boot is actually not bad. Value. This is what, $41,000? $45,000 in the year 2000. Like, that's 2012 money, I know. Not the greatest value, if I'm going to be honest. And I never thought that the S2000 was great value either. So I'm going to go ahead and give that one like a 5, because the resale on the S2000s are now ridiculous. Let's have a quick look on Gumtree. Honda S2000. Cars, vans, and utes. Oh, there's not even any available in South Australia. Okay. In the whole of Australia. Broken. Here we go. $41,000. That is not good value for a car. You only want that for kind of like the nostalgia feeling. The car isn't sublime. It's just really good. So the value is not particularly great. The ongoing costs. Actually, you know what? The value for that is even actually probably worse. Let's go a 4 on that. Ongoing costs. It's going to be pretty good. It's a 4-cylinder. Honda's not the worst, but they're not also great. So we're going to give that an 8. It would be higher, but Hondas are like known for being a little bit more expensive. JBeam editing. My brain is being stupid. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, I didn't know there was an S2000 body and automation, but then again, I've never made an S2000 Roadster, so I've never looked. Okay, fair enough. There is a bit of JBeam editing, so we'll go like a 4 on that one. I don't know how hard it was for their JBeam editing. Would I buy it? Yes, but never at that price. The je ne sais quoi factor. I mean, I think it's fairly well represented, but we'll give it a little bit extra. The realism. It is fairly realistic, so let's go ahead and give that a 10. It just feels very realistic. So it's got a score of 98. That is quite a high score. Very well done, Ekai Men. But spending a little bit more time on design wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, a little oversteery is good, competitive, but this looks like it has too much. Yeah, a little too tank slappery, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and look at the next car. Ah, the NASCAR. Let's go ahead and see if I can activate my mod. What was it? Thunderdome. In menu, let's go ahead. Thunderdome. And let's see how this one goes. Now, it's not the greatest NASCAR track, but I want to bring out my track. I don't use it very often. Your turn? Oh, is this your car, is it? The Rogue Adventurers. The Stallion. Stallion NASCAR by Razor. Okay, so that's you. When you're making your post, you can put your name on there. I'd prefer your YouTube name in the description of the thing. So let's have a look. It was this guy, Electric Note, put as one of their first thing, made by Night Dragon. Unfortunately, that one didn't make it into today's stream because they gave a bad link. So yeah, you can do that. Also, Ekai Min does that sometimes. If you do that, then I can put a link between you two people. And two names. By the way, the clone isn't supposed to be the part of the name. That's fine, whatever. Filmman low-key showing off his track. A little bit. NASCAR is odd to me. I think it's silly, but hey, everyone has their interests. I agree. I think NASCAR is silly. Ah! Immediately with the spin out. Now, you didn't make this complete regulation, as I said earlier. It doesn't have the right RPM limit. I believe RPM... whoa, lag, okay. Whoa, I've never had the lag. Everyone else said that this used to lag for them, but for me, it never used to. So, let's go into options. Is it under display? Where's the grass? You used to be able to turn down graphs. Is it under gameplay? Probably not. Traffic, player, like videos. Where is grass density? Oh, is that under graphics? I was on the wrong one. Anti-ambient occlusion, light rays, bloom, depth of field. Why is depth of field on? Quality anti-aliasing, grass density. Let's go ahead and just turn that off. I know a flat plane V8 and NASCAR. Wait. Yeah, you did a flat plane crank. No, nope, you've done bad. Doesn't have those roof flaps for braking. No, that's for spinning. Not gonna lie, not even big fan. I just made it because I have been watching some documentaries. Fair enough. What you don't want is a flat plane crank V8. What you want is a regular crossplane. This thing has a tendency to oversteer. Yeah, I know why NASCAR exists. I prefer GT3 Le Mans. Yeah, I know. I agree as well. Every other style of racing is better than NASCAR. Apart from like mud circuit racing, I don't like that either. They're both in kind of like the same field of boring for me. Oh, why does this oversteer so much, bro? That oversteers way too much. And then it understeers at high speed. That is very peculiar. Yeah, no. All right, let's try to take this out to a track course instead. That's not great. Main menu, free roam. You know what? Let's send it around the automation test track. We can try to figure out the issues with it. Give me a second. I'll be back in a minute. Have to be careful with the throttle? Yeah. But even still, that is way too oversteery, It should not be that oversteery. Start a ride against me? What? Before the seas? Before he sees? What? Well, put your pitchforks away before I see. I get that. Quick act natural. All right. Let's go ahead and give this thing a bit of a drive around the automation test track. So braking is... this is meant to be sequential, right? Is it a sequential? Oh, it is a sequential. Okay. See, this is not how the car should handle. It's not the worst handling car, because we are actually getting good corner speed. But it's way too prone to oversteer. Turn, you shit! NASCAR fun fact, the cars are called stock cars because at the beginning of... Yeah, they were meant to be stock, yeah. Doing natural things here. This car will still straight up kill you, yeah. So, unfortunately, you've not tuned it quite right. And your brakes are way too powerful. They're just way too powerful. Like, half the brake power would probably still be too powerful. Let's see how this thing goes around the slingshot. If we can't go, like, high 200s, then this car is a failure. Okay, it was almost alright. Come on, ESC, there's no impact detected stopping car BS around here. Alright, so I think we're good to get this. Now, this is not a road car, so I don't think it really needs a proper fill score, right? So we'll just give this like a simplified fill score for the masses. A stock car can't handle right turns? Fair enough. Try wrecking it, we need to see the safety. When I compared this to some NASCAR mods, it actually handled better. Really? Weird. Either way, it still does oversteer too much. Remember not to turn right, Phil? Sure. I feel that this ventilation around here doesn't quite look right with the way this goes up at an angle. It looks unusual without like any other sort of thing in there. This headlight should be like three-dimensional in some way. Maybe you put like some stuff around it to make it look three-dimensional, and this here like looks more inset. Maybe do something, I don't know, because that currently doesn't quite look right. The back end looks too much like a Charger back end. The rest of it is absolutely phenomenal though. I love so much of this. I think the fuel filler is on the wrong side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fuel filler is on the other side and is not a lock cap, but instead like just a hole basically which the fuel thing pushes into. If a stock car is ever faced with a right turn, it just needs to turn left until it's lined up. Fair enough, but there are also non-circuit racing NASCAR races, so keep that in mind, people. Aside from that, I do love a lot of this. There is a lot of detail, like all this roll cage in here, all this stuff, really well done. Have you done any JBM editing? I don't see the wheel moving, so probably not gauges either. Oh, that goes through the seat. Oh, that's unfortunate. Also, that's not really the right race seat, is it? Whatever. I like a lot about this car. There is a lot to like. There's only a few little gripes. And one of which is the handling is not fun, because it is dangerous. It's just dangerous. So I'm going to give it... I do really like it though. I like a lot about this. There's only a few things I don't like, but I feel those things are really hampering the rest of the car. I'm going to give it like maybe a... This is a weird song. I want to give it more than a 7 out of 10, but that undrivability makes it really hard to give it. I reckon if I was to use a steering wheel with this car, it might be a little bit better to control, but it's just not good with anything else. No J-beam? Fair enough. I think if you were to improve the handling and fix that front end and the rear tail lights, I'd give this car a much higher score. Also, these cars now have like big proper diffusers. I don't know what you've tried to do here, but that's not a diffuser. If you put an actual proper diffuser on there, I'd be fine with that. I'm gonna make an edit with your advice. Okay. Some African song. Does sound a little bit African-y, doesn't it? Lots of multicultural music tonight. Yeah, I know, right? Putting the fuel cap on the wrong side means you run around the whole car. Good cardio exercise. Sure. Okay, but the driver's not getting cardio. I love all of the extra details here, like, a lot of the times this wing will also be plexiglass so you can see through it, but I love that you got like plexiglass down here. You've got the fins along the top there. So much cool stuff. You've got all the bolt details down here. There's so much to like here. Unfortunately, I think that handling and the fact that you've mismatched the front and rear a little too much as well. Are you going to be able to mess with grip coefficient in J-beam? Sorry, are you able to mess? You are able to, yes. It wastes times for the pit. The Americans need all the cardio they can get. Wow, damn, bro. Have you seen them do pit car stops for NASCARs? They are insane. Fuel tank out of an Oz car? I think even Australian cars, the fuel tank is on this side. Let's go ahead and pick the next car. The Tank V1. I don't know how to drive this, so we're about to find out. Ah, nice. I think it might be applying brakes, maybe? I don't know how it's actually doing that. What the hell? I'm confused. Honestly, I don't know how this is controlling. Is it adding brakes to one side on an open differential? I don't know. Now, are these suspension bits articulating? They are articulating. Oh my god. That is amazing. So, let's get under here. You see all of these like arms that come out? I didn't think that they'd bother making them articulate, but look at that. They do. And they actually pivot correctly. That is amazing. Well done. That is actually something I was thinking about doing to get over the fact that I didn't want to make tracks. Wow, nice. Different wheel apply power which make you turn. Yeah, I don't know how exactly that works. Is this only one gear as well? Wait, that turret is moving weird. Can that turret move independently? Something weird is happening there. Those brakes are not good. That is separate. Do I even have that UI app anymore? No, special vehicle keys is there. Options, controls. Vehicle debug. No, is there a vehicle specific? Left signal, turn signal, general edit photo mode, menu navigation back, general debug. Pro tank moment, revs pretty high for a tank. It does. Tank brakes aren't very good either. I know, I get it. Turret can move, but I forgot how. Tanks don't have brakes. I mean, they actually can have really good brakes. Time to push some buttons and see which one turns it. No, I think I have to bind them specifically. Vehicle. Wait, hold on. What are these? A key function, E function, EGHTYF. EGHYTF. Okay, let's try that out. EGHYTF. Nope, that just got me out of the car. So none of those do anything. I mean, you can just grab a node and pull it? Maybe. Is there a... There's no note at the top here. Oh, okay. Is that all how it is? Is that how you're meant to control it? Oh, it must have a lot of friction on it too, so you can move it and it stays there. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Ask a Ukrainian farmer how the... I think that went away. Phil, go to Reddit and see if it can move. All right, let's go down. Tank 1. Tank. 9 and 10 months ago, first period suspension for that reason. I'm proud of it. Rather crap as a tank. I am first putting it up here. A video of the tank driving around. I'm gonna give Groundhog a subscribe. I'm not seeing any turret movement. But we're seeing... Oh, wait, hold on. The barrel moves up and down? So there is meant to be custom keybound things. I just can't seem to find it. How do we make the barrel go up and down? There's no node here. No. No. How much does this vehicle weigh? Let's have a quick look. 1,500 kilos? That's not much. All right, well, I'm shoot out of luck. Some Jamaican music now, a little bit. Maybe try... maybe there is a keybind in the post on Reddit. Didn't see it. We're gonna listen to the whole world today? A little bit. We just need the Land Down Under song, which apparently there's like a remix of it. Did not sound good. Let's go ahead, put that here, and see how this thing goes off-road now. Now, the way I wanted to do my tank steering, which I don't know if I was ever gonna be able to do, was to make it put reverse on the side opposite of where you're steering. Give it some sort of like a CVT sort of thing. But I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do that. So what I was going to do then was put brakes on the side in which I wasn't steering from. But I think this is much better where it just applies power to where it needs to be. 1,500 kilos, that's not a lot for a tank. No, that is very small for a tank. Let's actually see how this thing goes like hardcore off-road now. That's the problem with what he's done here, is it's got an open differential. So it's like hardcore off-roadiness, not great. So it's over... What? No, it's 1,500 kilos, not over 6,000. What are you talking about? 10-wheel drive? Yeah, but not like locked differentials. I hope you meant the same side for steering. Whatever, you get the idea. There's a game where you can create tanks, it's very automation. Yeah, no, there's a few of them actually. The first one I saw was, whatchamacallit? Oh, I can't remember what that game is called. Not Wreckfest, but it was, nah, this car sucks off-road. Alright, I like it. It's pretty cool. There's lots of cool stuff here. But yeah, it's flawed, as you said. You just wanted to help pad out my submissions, which I approve. That was the wrong button. Damn it. There we go. Next vehicle. I'm not going to even bother giving that one a score because it's so cool, but so flawed. Yes, the Workhorse Titan Hauler. Let's take this one to East Coast, I think. Because it feels like an East Coast sort of thing. And let's take it to Sawmill, because it feels like a Sawmill area sort of thing. The Turret Turnfill? Okay. Sprocket? What are we talking about, Sprocket? War Thunder? No, not War Thunder. It's by the same guys as War Thunder. War Thunder. Store page. Developer. No. Publisher? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not War Thunder. Cross out. That's the one. So we get to... There we go. Cross out. So, cross out, you can build lots of custom things. Not so much just around tanks, but tank-like vehicles a lot of the time. Also got a notification. What do we got here? One new comment. Let's have a look what this comment is. Ah, this is a comment on a stream that I uploaded. Ah. They're talking about the loud thing that I did. Alright, cool. So, cross out was the game. I played it a little bit, but didn't play it too much. Alright, second to last car. Cross out maybe because there you can build war vehicles. I think war vehicles is probably a better term than tank for what you build there. It was really fun, but also people like minimaxed it way too much and it just wasn't very balanced all around. You know, like, you had the good builds and everything else. That's basically what it was. And a lot of really bad players. And a lot of people that sweat way too much. And like get themselves ranked down so then they can pwn noob sort of thing. That just made it not fun at all. You have so many hours in Crossout. Okay. Robocop was better? I don't know about that. Because I've never played it. Wait, there are 2 vehicles left? Yes. We have been going now for 3.5 hours. This has not been a short amount of time so far. Has time been flying since you've been having fun? I suppose I should also say, if you have been liking the stream, go ahead and actually like the stream. The thumbs up. Unless you've already thumbed it up, then don't click it again. They'll unlike it. That's bad. 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 It's a Gaijin Studio game, so it's pretty grind heavy and filled with... Yeah, it is. That's the unfortunate thing. Whoa. Oh, I'm getting a lot of frame droppage happening. Ah! Oh, that's right. When I was taking the thumbnail for this thing, the brakes are shockingly bad. There's way too much torque. So, apparently, way too much torque, but not enough traction. Let's go ahead and turn these diff locks on then, and turn off ESC. It's just got... Oh, sorry, it's just gone midnight, so I've been watching for 2 days. Okay, then. You like War Thunder? I liked War Thunder. I thought World of Tanks was a better game, honestly. Crispy bad? What? Troc? It only has 3.5 hours, so it's not that long, actually. Oh, it's, yeah, fair enough. I can be going for 3.5 hours and still only be on, like, the beginning part. I'm also noticing that this thing probably has... Oh, wait, no, that's actually meant to be like that. That's a thing here. I thought that was... Because some of the fonts, unfortunately, come out with, like, black behind it. I thought that was a mistake, but that's actually how that's meant to be. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of that, actually. Is this a... There's a 2-step here. They probably should have staggered them a little bit, so then, like, your shin isn't hitting the top step when you're using the bottom step. That I'm not so sold on, if I'm being honest. And then also they didn't, like, fill the gap in here. Ooh, big bad. Big bad no. No, bad juju. This thing is pretty wicked. Would I own it in real life? If I was a hillbilly hick, hell yes. Otherwise, no. No, I wouldn't. I like War Thunder and World of Tanks, to be honest, for different reasons. I agree. There are different reasons for either. I wish World of Tanks, because like getting into a game takes so freaking long, that you could have that like 3 respawn sort of dealio that War Thunder has. I think if it had that, then World of Tanks would be the best tank game out there. Otherwise, World of Tanks is way too slow. Very microtransaction-y when you get up into higher levels. What is up with the steering? It's like very... You know what? I can turn off now the dead zones that I have on my controllers now that I got this new controller that's meant to be very good at dealing with that. So controls... no. Gameplay? How do I don't remember how to do this. Vehicles. Steering. You. let's remove that massive amount of dead zone in there. How do we... I don't remember how to do this. No, I don't want to do that. Linearity. Greater values mean slower response in the center. How do I do this? Controls, look for... Never mind, you found it. When I stopped playing, I had 35 tier 10. Whoa! My god! I think my highest was like tier 8 or 9. In War Thunder. How do I... Filters? Hardware? I don't remember how to do this. Well, it's been a while, apparently. Okay, you guys are just talking about your own thing. Nobody's helping me. The filter. Automatic, key smooth, key fast, gamepad. Let's go gamepad. Nope, that doesn't help. Do you... I used... Is it... Oh, here we go. I did have to scroll. How did I completely miss it? I scrolled down, then looked away immediately. That's funny. All right, apply. Good. All right. An ad cannot detect what kind of software you have installed on your PC, Crispy. What? Dead zones reset. There it is. Okay. I didn't scroll down. My bad. Let's hope that we now no longer have dead zone issues. Why are we pulling to the right? Do we have dead zone issues? We have dead zone issues. All right, you know what? Let's go do one last look at that. Now that we know how... God damn it. Exit. Options. Controls. Vehicle. Left. Where is... Ah, okay. So it does sit up to 10%. Okay, so 10% dead zone. That's unfortunate. There we go. So that's all the dead zone covered. But it's dead zone to the right. That's weird. Anyway, let's go ahead and apply that. The live stream might become dead zone tune. You may want to fiddle with the dead zone and linearity off stream. Well, no, now I'm finding out about an issue because this thing was steering particularly strangely. Look at that steering. This steering is so weird. I think we got exactly the same amount of dead zone as we had previously. The steering in this vehicle is very peculiar. I don't know how to describe it. It is just so strange. Like, I turn a little bit and then immediately, like, it turns super duper hard. Oh, there we go. Off-road section. I'm still getting, like, frame droppage, which is really weird because I've turned the grass off on a map, which is usually pretty good. Nah. Ooh, brutal hit. This is actually really quiet. I'm surprised this isn't louder. I'm surprised also the RPMs aren't lower. Actually, let's come to a stop. What is the idle rate? Okay, idle's actually pretty decent. It's a very quiet engine. Also, the suspension doesn't feel quite as soft as what you would expect. I think that truck makes the game lag. Maybe a little bit. Maybe there was some like weird things happening here. Pretty quick for something that looks heavy. Let's see how much it weighs. Control N. I can't. There's too much trees in the way. Okay. 4,400 kilos. That is quite heavy. There's not many vehicles that get that heavy. I mean, the only thing that I know of personally that gets heavy is your mum. I'm joking. She's heavier than that. Phil, just get a 30. I wish I could, but Misa no have money for wasty on exorbitant prices right now. You guys want to buy it and send it to me? That's fine. Go for it. I have a PO box somewhere that I still probably have access to. I don't know why I wouldn't. Ah! As a PC enthusiast, that hurt to type. No, not my mother. I had frame drops on my system as well with this vehicle. Oh, really? Nice. And the display... Oh, and display the engine power at the wheel must be in the thousands. I don't know. Actually, the GPU market in Australia is normal again. It is not. So what was... So MSY is a good litmus test. Let's go have a look at MSY. South Australia, we'll just go Adelaide CBD. That's fair enough. Blah, 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 blah. PDF price list. So, at 1080, when that was new, was about 800 to 900 Australian dollars. Our dollar is doing better than what it previously has been, so it should be around $800. Maybe a little bit less if you're really lucky for like your entry-level 1080s. So, a 3080 starts at $1,300. I'm sorry, no. It has not improved back to normal. It has improved, yes. Back to normal, no. GPUs are failing. The environment killer in the enemy's territory. What are we talking about? Tunganent number, I don't know. I stopped counting. What? I'm so confused. GPU is more expensive than a laptop of per pill? Is that meant to be pre-built? Are you not Englishing right? I said correct, which was an amalgamation between correct and right. My brain no good either. Anyway. Oh, tangent. Oh, is that what that was meant to be? My bad. Let's go ahead. Clear this up. And styling. I hate trucks, but for trucks, this is actually pretty good styling. I don't know about the grille being completely square, but somehow it still works really well. So I do very much approve of that. So the styling is going to get like a 10. For a truck, that is some pretty... You know what? No. No, it is. For a monster-ish kind of like a road truck, that is pretty good. Acceleration. Seemed pretty good, so we'll give that a 7. Handling. It's not great. Fun factor. 3. Cool factor. 10. You know what? No, there's actually a lot of car people that are going to hate that, including me. If I was anywhere near this on the road, it is going to be so annoying to be around. And like the worst thing, the one example I use is if you're in a car park, like parking next to this thing would already be a nightmare because it's like really wide. If you want to then back out of that car park, you cannot see that way. So that makes it so shitty for other road users. That's just one example. The other one is like T-junctions. If you're wanting to turn left and then a vehicle pulls up, wants to turn right, it blocks your view. So you have to wait for them to not only have that side clear, but for them to be able to actually make it through before you can make your simple other turn, left turn. Here in Australia, the left turn is the short turn. The right turn is the one where you have to cross the road to go away. Trackability, 0. Okay, so features. I don't know, what year is this? I do despise the massive trucks so much, they're atrocious, especially here in Australia. Like, if you can't do 99.99% of the stuff you could ever do in Australia with two-wheel drive, then it's just you're not a good driver. So you don't actually need it at all. Australia is quite flat. Workhorse, $155,000 by Crispy Shaman. It's a 2020 car, so not really a 2020 sort of design, but still, it's maybe like harkening back, and I think that would draw in a lot of nostalgia factor. I'm assuming that the fuel is going to be an issue. Does this? Oh, okay, the gauges work. Steering wheel doesn't. So they've just used the aftermarket add-on thing for the automation exporter, I believe. That's what that is. Pretty cool. I probably prefer to stop behind a semi-truck than this. Well, the semi-truck is probably a better driver. It's in the post, I believe? What is? The 23? I know. I've noted it down here. In the world, 4,400 kilos, motoring freedom, 60 out of a tank. Cool. So, features. It looks like it's probably going to have all of the features. So we'll just give that like a 10. Comfort. Actually, you know what? Let's see how... The suspension is a little bit wallowy. It could potentially give vertigo to people that are like particularly susceptible to vertigo. There's something wrong with the steering here, and I do not know what it is. I cannot figure it out. Like it's snap. It's a very jaggedy sort of steering, and I don't understand what it is, but we won't count that against it. What are the seats again? Seats look fine, but they are way too narrow. Even though the vehicle is quite wide, that is actually a very narrow seat. So we're going to get that comfort somewhere like a 6. That's very unfortunate, but it is also a little bit wallowy suspension, but that's not too bad. It was all right. But those seats, way too narrow. Either that or they're way too tall. It's really hard to tell. But yeah, no, that doesn't look good. Let's go ahead. Quality. It's American, big, expensive tank engine, right? So probably not the highest quality, but also being American, even if it is really expensive, there's still going to be like low quality interior parts, which are just weirdly done for some reason. Let's go with 7 on that. So it'll last, but like there'll be some questionable choices made here and there, especially if you're trying to push such a big engine. Practicality. So the tray is looking fairly practical, but getting in and out of it or putting stuff in and out of it is going to be particularly bad. The rear seats are not as practical as you'd think, being way too narrow. And its ability to like maneuver around the roads and park and whatnot is going to be severely hindered. Let's quickly pop over to the city. Where is the town? Sorry. There it is. Let's find where a car park is. So, like, parallel parking is going to be a nightmare. Okay, apparently we're facing that way. Let's find the car parks at the fuel station then. Oh, also the brakes are really horrifically bad. See how it fits into... Well, it would be normally bigger than normal car parks. Because the fact that it's in the middle of nowhere. God, those brakes suck. No, stop! And you can see that barely fits in the lines. Like... That is very tight. Also, the fact that the brakes are not good enough. Practicality. Like a 4. It's not great, bro. Like, it's got some good practicality things. It'd be better as just a semi-truck. But as it is, not the greatest. Value. It is a lot of money for not a lot of... I suppose it is a lot of vehicle, but not like a lot of gain, I would say. So it's not going to be particularly great. Let's go with like 3 out of 10. I'm assuming... Oh, not 30. 3 out of 10. I'm assuming that there's also not great resale on these sorts of things after a while. I really don't know. Actually, maybe it does have good resale. Actually, now that I think about it, that one Silverado or what it was that one guy bought had great resale value from Tavarish's thing. Ongoing costs, I'm assuming, are going to be like, okay, the engine is probably not going to be particularly bad, but your fuel usage is going to be horrific. This thing would struggle to park in a truck parking lot. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish you did a full fill score on my NASCAR just for fun. It's so much effort, and it's not a road car, so it's not going to do well. They need at least 20 Big Mac per Eagle per seat, sure. Nah, it'd be really good at parking, just drive into the other... Yes! Like that Top Gear! When he got that, like, big brawler type vehicle or whatever it was, I can't remember. Like, just drove up on top of the vehicles. You... Spawn you... Oh my god, just go forwards. not a good angle. No, no. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. There you go. You just have to pin it up against something. That's exactly what I was thinking, Phil. Big red thing. Yeah, the big red thing. Or a 6.4 kilometer a liter. The manufacturer, that's what the Top Gear truck thing was called. The Marauder. Okay, then. That image is violently American. This is art here. Fair enough. Okay, so JBeam editing, there was, I mean, maybe a little bit, I'm not sure. I think that monitor is a pre-added on thing. So we'll give it like a 2 maybe. Would I buy it? There is that cool factor. You know what? Cool factor, 10. Would I buy it? Like a 1. Je ne sais quoi? Like 5? And then the realism. Like 6. They do go bonkers on some of these ones. What was it? The Ford F850? Is that what it was? That what's his name did? Yeah. That's what it was? The 850? No, it was the 650. Okay, then. Still, like this sort of thing, where it is actually meant to be a small truck, but they've turned into like a ute sort of style truck, not a semi-truck. Yeah. Yeah, this is what it's meant to be. It's meant to be actually something like this, not a vehicle. But yeah, so, I mean, it's not that unrealistic. And that means that your score is 79. Not that bad, especially one that's like not great on weekend and okay on dailies. Look, the damage on the car and basically nothing on the truck. Yeah, I know. I noticed that as well. I also noticed that the wheels aren't stopping. It's so insane. Oh, okay, it's stuck on the front now. Well, apparently, we picked up a hitchhiker. Oh, no, it's actually stopping us. Oh, no, no, pushing over it. Come on. Yes! Oh, no! Well, it did what trucks do, which is roll over. I'd say it's not realistic, but we know Americans exist, so it's realistic. Yeah. Just remove the styling score and we got a 69. Can we not? Oh, I broke a wheel. It's eating the other car. It ate the Miramar? Oh, no. Wait, that's called the Miramar? No! Stop! No! Stop! Control E. Is that what it's called? It's not there. It is the Miramar. It is the map from PUBG, the desert map. Huh. Is this meant to be Russian? Oh no, wait, hold on. What is Miramar a word? Miramar is a place place name of Spanish and Portuguese origin. It means sea view or sea sight. Oh, interesting. From to look at, to watch, and mar see. Okay. So, is this meant to be like a beach car? Because it doesn't look like a beach car, but I suppose, like, we have skyline, and that has really nothing to do with a skyline. Very weird. You can fit the Miramar into the rear. Really? Ah! Ah! I forgot to turn the camera speed down. No. You might be able to fit that little issue in here, though. Alright, let's change this one out. I feel that this one is probably smaller than the Pigeon. Oh, this is the, sorry, the Auto Bello, whatever you call it. This thing. Right about here. Very close. God damn it, you're stuck on something, aren't you? Frick. Just get in there, you shit! God damn it. Don't be like that. There we go. Packed, ready to take to the track for a track day. Did you? Oh no. The collision mesh just naturally goes down there. I don't think you would have done that custom, right? The American car asserting its dominance on the Russian-looking car? Wait, how is it from Japan the thing looks really Russian? I assumed it was Russian. Because Ibishu sounds Japanese. The name of the company, whatever. Let's go ahead. And the last car, the Zero RS. Actually, you know what? I want to see this spawn in. Okay, so, Zero RS Coupe by Lazy Shifter 12. I don't think I've seen that name in the chat today, have I? I don't think so. France dominating Americans? I don't think that was French. I think that car was, Italian, right? Welcome, FW Stance. How's it going? This is a 2020 car, $48,000. The sports coupe comes with comfortable seating for 4 and the latest safety features. I'm so dyslexic sometimes. You're late again? You've come for the last car of the stream. Is this all-wheel drive? I can't remember. I'd have to actually get a closer look there. This doesn't look to be... No, it is all-wheel drive. Yeah, okay, I was looking at the wrong side. Couldn't see the transfer case. Alright, ESC is on. Let's give it a bit of a drive first. It's meant to be a sporty car. Wait, comfortable seating for 4, but it's got seating for 5. Okay, sure, that's a choice. No curse you, France. What? Nope, haven't seen him. What are we talking about? Piccolo is the 600, so it is Italian? Yeah, I thought so. It is based on the Fiat, like 500 and successors of the 500. A little bit understeery, but we do have stability control on. A little bit divey under brakes. The suspension is like somehow soft, but like still feels rather rigid. Maybe there's too much damp compared to spring. Maybe turn the springs up a bit. Okay, without ESC it feels a little bit livelier. Still quite quiet. Oopsie daisies, this is the wrong area to be. Biggest screw up of 2022? What? What are we talking about? They weren't lying when they say the Americans are awful at geography. What? What are we talking about now? This is a reference to the Japanese car manufacturer successfully entering overseas markets during the late 1960s. Also, Japan and Russia have always been... like, they've had a bit of an inexplicable link. I feel maybe the link that Japan and Russia has is not only just the closeness of Russia to Japan, but also the like that slight bit of lament that they hold against America. But we're talking Spanish now, so I don't know. I can't think of what of any pre-existing links between Japan and Spain. I mean, the Philippines were what would be the word, segregated by the Spanish? So it makes sense that there is like that influence there, and the Spanish did have the Armada, and that would quite often go through there. But Japan was very isolationist for the longest time, so there's not a whole lot of history. That was a hell of a spin. Did you see that? My God. Oh, God. Watch it spin. Watch it spin. Okay, well, that was way too fast. Do you mean China, not Japan? No, I mean Japan. China also has a connection to Russia. A lot stronger connection because they both are evil dictators. Japan and Russia used to war quite a bit, though, especially in the north of Japan. Yeah, that's true. Like, China and Russia get along now. Well, not currently, like, to this minute. But, don't forget that Japan and Russia were fighting over taking territory of China. That was a thing. What I don't understand is, you know how China has invaded a whole bunch of, like, their neighboring countries and made them not exist? A good example of that is, Nepal. I don't know why China hasn't bothered to take Mongolia. Now, I get that Mongolia has no, like, natural resources, really, that they could be interested in. But if one thing is for certain, China is not logical in their decisions. They're not smart. They do some really, really dumb things. So, I mean, I just don't know why they just didn't try to take over Mongolia. Full spin to win. Car seems to handle decently. I assume the Miramar is supposed to be based off the Nissan Skyline. That's what I thought. It looks like a Nissan Skyline. Actually, do they have a country of origin? When you, like, select things? So we've got United States. Okay. And Ibishu Miramar. Japan. Yeah. So it actually has a country there. And just to make sure... Italy. Yep. What else? Is there anything here questionable? This looks German. Yep, German. American. That's also the same brand. Gavril, probably American. Yep, United States. What is it, the game devs and loving America? They've got 2 American maps. And no Australian maps, and no England maps, and nothing else. They just love America. They have hard-ons for Americans. The ETKI, that sounds German. Yep, that's German. Actually, sorry. They have 3 American maps. Because there's also Utah. China wants to take Taiwan now. Yeah, they want to take Taiwan and the other one that they're trying to take. I can't think of anything. There's no one... The Ibishu Pigeon is also Japanese. The Soliad Wendover, probably American. Yep, United States. Whoopsie daisies. There's not really a whole spread of things. Hirochi is also a Japanese name. I always actually thought the Hirochi SBR4 was German, because it looks German in pretty much every way. Is this actually German? No, it's Japanese. Weird. I always thought this was like an Audi. That is weird. I didn't realize that this was Japanese. Weird. The Cheria? Oh, the Civetta is... What's the Cheria? C-H-E-R-R. Ah, okay. You know what? That does look like it could be French. Ah, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well spotted there. So many American cars. Hirochi does sound Japanese. Yes, Hirochi is a Japanese word. Or a name. I can't remember exactly. But I know it from somewhere. I believe it has connotations of snakes. No, that's Orochi. SBR4 always reminds me of the Ferrari FF shooting brake thingy. No, not even close. The front end is nowhere near long enough or shapely enough. Wait, isn't BeamNG German? Is it? Wait, hold on. Which one of these? Either Automation or BeamNG is New Zealand. I can't remember. BeamNG is... Wikipedia. Video games developed in Germany, that's the only reference? Well, there's no Zealand here. No. Okay, so maybe it is German? What country is BeamNG from? Bremen-based video game developer. Software. You know what? Let's just go back. BeamNG Drive. There's got to be an About Us page, right? Press? No. Sport documentation. That's not right. Why is that website loading so slowly? Choose publisher. GmbH is a German company suffix. Okay. Dynamic soft body contact information. Let's go have a look-see. Yeah, GmbH, okay. There's no, like, address, is there? Oh, here we go, we got a map. That is... Yep, in Germany. So that means that the other one, automation, is originally New Zealander. But there's Germans in there as well. Anyway, so, this car... it's pretty good, but there's something kind of lacking. It doesn't have a je ne sais quoi in its handling. It feels decent. It just feels like there's something kind of missing. And I think what it is rear-wheel drive. So, all-wheel drive is fine. If you just want to have, like, a high power number, but you want your drivers to be safe, that's all good. Go for it. Because you can put a lot of power down quite safely. But it does dull the sensors a little bit, a lot of the time. And this one just feels like, you know, you got the good knife in your drawer, but you haven't sharpened it in a while. And you have to press a little bit harder than what you have to through something that you shouldn't have to press a little bit hard through. And like you bruise, say, like tomato or something. Like, it just feels not sharp. But that's what you get for all-wheel drive. That is the trade-off. It feels pretty good. Good on track, all that sort of stuff. It's phenomenal. But there's like that sense of missing something. There's a couple of German cars. I bet that is because most BeamNG players are American. Yeah, I know, but why make so much American stuff? There's only like one German map, and it's not even a full map. It's just a test track area. That's all. They must not like their own country, and they must be Richard Hammonds, the lot of them. Kind of just don't want new brands in BeamNG. Just want them to add cars to their current brands. You know what I actually want from them? To finish the game. Stop releasing new content. We don't need new content. Just finish it. There's so much you need to work on, and you just don't work on it. Anyway, let's go ahead and start giving this thing a fill score. Sorry, got a little aggro there. Styling. It's fairly decent. It is primitive, but still fairly decent. The back end is a little bit bland. But still not hideous or anything. Just looks okay. The front end has a lot more attention to it, but still using basic sort of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and give that like a 7. It's pretty decent. The acceleration feels pretty good, so we'll give that a 7 as well. Right after talking about American stuff, sure, fine. Hopefully you guys can hear that. Handling. It's pretty good, so we'll give that an 8. Fun factor. I mean, it's fairly fun, so we'll give that an 8 as well. Cool factor. How much is it? $48,000, so it's just kind of like, eh. So we'll get that like a 6 on the cool factor. It's like a BMW, like a modern BMW, a modern Audi, or modern Mercedes. They're not cool, unless they're like the M series or the AMG, but even AMG is being bastardized as kind of like a badge nowadays. Like, but the really cool ones sort of things, like the black editions that used to exist or whatever. There's nothing special. It's just like a pretty cool looking car. So trackability, we're gonna give that like a 9. It's pretty good. It's not a race car, so we'll put that around there. Features. I'm assuming it's probably got okay features, though I haven't done a whole lot for the interior. That does not look like a great feature set. That feature of a small monitor, even with the other extra dials and everything, not great. So we're going to go ahead and give the features there like maybe a 7. It'll probably have a lot of the things, being a 2020 car and not a cheap one. It'll probably be somewhere around there. Front looks really cool. The back is interesting. I mean, it's interesting, just not amazing or anything. So what's Irish? And to be not in beta anymore and full release. Yeah. The music is fiddling with us. Front looks cool, back looks lackluster. Yeah, that's kind of a good way of putting it. Welcome, if I've not said it already, Cunix. How's it going? Weird name. Like, I can't wait for the next update. They've got another car coming. I think it's just a waste. Like, they should just finish the game. Stop putting off actually finishing the game. You need proper aerodynamics, which automation is currently screwed up. Like, they've made some good stuff, but no. And they don't have ground effect. There's still tire problems. There's no wear and tear on anything. There's no, like, proper filling up at fuel stations, I don't think, stuff like that. There's just, like, a lot of stuff that they don't have. There's no repairing of car bits. You just have to reset the entire car. Now, I know that that would come in amongst the, like, career mode sort of stuff. Dump the career mode. Nobody was thinking, like, oh, yeah, I'm buying this specifically so I can have the career mode. Like, no, people were not buying it for that. Comfort. How solid is the suspension? The seats do not look the most comfortable. The back seats are very basic. The front seats are also like very thin, not very padded, so they're probably not gonna be great. Suspension is fairly soft. It doesn't wallow, but it does lunge a little, but that's still fine. So comfort's probably gonna be like a 6, not the best interior. Quality. 0 RS Coupe. Let's have a look to see if we can find out what sort of country it is. You know what? I'm not a big fan of this song. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. That is way too small. I have dyslexia, so I like bigger font. If you can avoid this somehow in the future, that would be great. Sorry, the sports coupe comes with comfortable seating for 4 and at least 70 features, blah blah blah, V6 and 7 seat. You know, you've said comfortable, but it doesn't look comfortable. Estimated top speed 185, weighs that. Aluminium body chassis gets that many miles to the gallon, not bad. Comes at $48,000. Did I write that down right? Yeah, I did. It handles better than a Nissan GTR. I don't know. Test it with a racing wheel with good reliability. If you like to try it out, link this down here. Cool. Okay, so we don't have what we need. So quality is probably going to be... It seems German. All-wheel drive is either Japanese or German. It feels a little bit more German than Japanese in its everythingness. So we're going to go with there. BeamNG is an actual feature. What? Oh, yeah. Multiplayer should be in the game by default, not a mod. Because the mod is jank as hell. And if you make it first party, like an actual part of the game, there's so much more you can do with it. So, devs, like, they said that they couldn't do multiplayer. They said that multiplayer basically outright just wouldn't work. And then they came along and said, hey, look, it does work. It's not perfect, but it's what we want. What it is as actually is the devs are not actually really good at coding, which is why they use JBeam, JSON, Lua, HTML, a whole bunch of other codings. Like, let's just have a look at just content. Give me a second. Steam library, Steam apps, common, BeamNG drive. What else we got in here? No, that's all fairly decent stuff. We've got like innies and whatnot, but that usually sort of exists. Let's go content, vehicles, or just have a look at a vehicle. They use DAE, which is not very common. Like, very uncommon, actually. Box utility, let's have a look at that one. They use a mix of JBeam, PNG, and DDS. Sure, okay. They got .pc in here as well. Let's have a look at levels. Let's look at, for instance, industrial levels. What sort of file formats do we have in here? Lots of JPEGs, JSONs, Lua, PNGs, prefabs, which is a weird one that I've never heard before using this game. .ter. Like, the devs are clearly very eclectic, coming from lots of different areas, but they don't know how to make a good coded game. And that's why modding this game can be like pulling teeth sometimes. Making a simple car can be okay, to within a degree. If you want to do things like opening doors and all that sort of stuff, that becomes a real pain in the dick. Anyway, so practicality for this car. Let's go back to that. Hey, Got Milk, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. How do you turn sirens on in BeamNG? What's that, N or something? I can't remember. Even though they are all these problems, Beam is still a good game. It's an upgraded version of Rigs and Rods, which is a 2005 game. Or Rigs of Rods, sorry. No. Rigs of Rods, yeah. TDS is compressed photo file. The PNG is used a photo that is showed in the vehicles. Not quite, Shadow, you're actually wrong. In pretty much every way. I don't know about DDS being compressed, so I don't actually know about that one. DDS is actually quite a common one. I have seen that around in other games for modding and stuff, and files. Prefabs are used in Unity, but we're not in Unity. We're in a game engine that was designed in the late 90s before .NET Framework, that's been kind of like weirdly updated but not properly, and then got its like final update in 2012. They moved away from a terrible engine in the first place. Fair enough, they moved away from, what was it they used? CryEngine or whatever, which is not a great engine in the first place. So yeah, but they chose a really poor choice of engine, and I think they just chose it because it was free. If I make a low-budget game using a free engine, fine. Why is that rock in the background there glitching out? What is happening there? Anyway, but this is a pretty big game. At some point, when they realized that this game was getting big, they probably should have looked at all the game engines and decided either choose a mainstream good engine like Unity, or maybe try to go with Unreal Engine with its visual coding blueprints, which could have helped them. Automation is made almost entirely out of blueprints, which that's a lot of effort they've done there. Or go down another route, which probably actually would have been the best route, which is to make their own engine. Now, I know that they have completely mutilated the engine to be basically their own, but they've done it in a really weird and jankin' bad way, in my opinion. DDS helps GPUs compress, extract textures way faster. Okay. So is Unity, though. Unity is free too. No, Unity and Unreal Engine are not free. They're free to use and learn on, but if you start making money with it, you either had to have like pre-purchased it for a phenomenal amount of money, or you're going to be paying them dividends from your game sales. Or whatever. Okay, I'm off for the night. Getting tired. Have a good one. Alright, see you later, E-Dragon. So yeah, that was my rant on the devs. I'm just a little bit fed up with them, like, dodging what they need to do and say, hey, look, a new car. It just gets on my go. It grinds my gears. Practicality for this car. I mean, it's got seating for 5. It seems a bit narrow. The car itself is going to be easy to park and all that sort of stuff. It's only got 2 doors, which makes the back seats not so great. It looks like it might be a hatchback though, so that's going to be good for practicality. So it's going to be like a bit of a mixed bag. We're going to give that somewhere like maybe a 7. It's got a lot of things going for it, but that 2 doors thing hurts it a little bit. But it's a sports car. It's not really meant to be the most practical car in the world. Value. It's a lot of money, but it's not bad. But these big German cars usually tend to not hold their value a lot. So we're going to give that like maybe a 6 out of 10. The ongoing costs. Probably going to be okay. They're German, so you're going to have like 1 or 2 big F-off like $10,000 repairs for like just poor design after a while. So we get that like a 6. The fuel use is going to be okay. It's not going to be the best. But yeah, JB editing, I don't believe there was any. Let's have a quick look. No steering wheel, and I doubt the dash moves. JB editing will be blank then. Would I buy it? You know what? It seemed cool, so a 3, because the price is also probably still too high here in Australia for me to be able to afford it. The je ne sais quoi. It has a little bit, so we'll give that like a 3. It feels quite peppy. The realism, quite high. It feels like a German car. Unreal Engine is the same engine Fortnite runs on, right? Yes. There's a lot of games that run on Unreal Engine and have for a while now. I do like them updating the old cars in a sense. Yeah, sure. I mean, do you know why they're updating the cars to look better? It's because the game is 10 years old now and it hasn't come out of early access or whatever it's called. They're fuddy-duddying around, adding content, which is not what they need to do. They need to finish the game. So they've been fuddy-duddying around with a game that was basically finished in basically hasn't really improved a huge amount since about 2014, 2015 sort of time period, where it's kind of like it's peaked and they've only had like a few key upgrades. The rest of it has been like maps, PBR updates, cars, slight performance decreases all the time, but then like slightly fix it but make it worse in other ways. Currently at the moment it's doing a lot better than what it has in the past, but it's still not perfect. Could still be better. Just finish the game. You've made probably a bunch of money off of your game. A lot of people have played it and bought it and all that sort of stuff. Hire some people that are good at code, and you know what? Just hire them and get them to rewrite everything you've done and put it in like a proper way. Because the 2 things you need to take a lot of time when doing code is 1, knowing what you want to do, because visualizing it is different from actually doing it, and 2, knowing how it's going to work. So if you've already got that, putting it into new code is going to be tricky, but ultimately will be a whole lot better. And I would suggest this little unknown code. Hold on, you know what? I've got a thing for it. You might this might help the devs if they ever see this. I suggest booking one of these out of your local library. C#, please. They've used every coding language in the frickin' world except C#. Like, what the hell? I believe there was also Java. I think I saw Java in there once. They need to hire me? No, I'm actually not good at coding. That's why I'm not in game development. I've tried little bits here and there, and I do enjoy it. I actually like the blueprint sort of stuff. There is major problems with Unreal Engine, but oh, that's a score of 98. I only just realized that that's the final score. Really good score, by the way. Well done. Yeah, just not what they've done. Now, because they've done the things the way that they've done it, adding extra things like ground effect is really hard. There's a lot of dust in here now from blowing off the dust off that book, because I kind of gave up on it, like kind of like inadvertently, kind of like, oh yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. Oh yeah, no, I'll do that tomorrow. And then it's now probably been there for about a year just sitting there. Frostbite engine hurt BioWare really bad? Did it? I don't know. Wait, wouldn't changing the game's code scroll the mods? Yes, it would. Oh, that's the other thing. I get that. They could actually make ways of adapting mods into the new thing. That would actually be possible. So they've got like major updates, like the PBR updates, the handling updates. They've changed a lot of things around, the way sound works from the cars and all that sort of stuff. But still, the old mods will work in the new thing. So it's a little bit easier because the coding is the same. But that's the sort of thing you can compensate for. But that's also what I was going to go into. What are the two things that makes BeamNG such a long-lasting game and why people love it so much? There's two things. The crash physics, which is kind of unique, but not really to BeamNG. It's quite unique in the way in which they do it, but it is not the only games that does it. There are other games that do it, or other programs and stuff. The other one is modding. What is really annoying and tedious and problematic and most of the time broken to do in BeamNG? Modding! Fix your modding, please! Like, let me just run you through one thing. I don't know if it's done it recently because I just got so fed up with it. Is in the map editor. So many things just don't work. That's fine, whatever. Who cares? I'm only going to focus on one thing. Is materials. You want to change something in materials? You have to then exit out of the game, change the code. Otherwise, like, you can change it while the game is open. That's fine. But it won't save. So you have to, like, change the code, exit the game, reopen the game, try it, then go, no, I don't like that, change the code, exit the game, reload the game. Like, why? And also, collision meshes. So, F11. Collision meshes on... let's go back on that. No, vehicles. How do we... Oh, that's how we do that. So say we have actually tried to do something like this, or say we're trying to create a car and we're struggling to meet the collision mesh because you have to make it out of, like, stupid nodes written in code all the time. You want to edit this? You have to change, basically, node by node. And visualize how many centimeters and millimeters you want to move things around and all that sort of stuff. You have to get it, like, perfect and all that. Why is there not some sort of, like, first party... Let me be clear on that. First-party node editing software for BeamNG. The two things. Crash physics. Somebody is going to come along and do it better than you at some point because you are taking so freaking long. And two, modding. And you're not helping modding. But yeah. That's my final rant. My next stream will be making... will be in a couple of days. Like 3 days, I think. My math is not good. My brain no worky do. I'm going to do livery painting. And I'll give you a quick preview, actually, of what that is. That's not right. Thunderdome, I don't want that one. Blasto color. Hopefully that's the right one. There it is. There we go. So, no, that's not actually right either. Ugh. Okay. This one, maybe? I'm gonna go into making liveries on exported cars. Wait, which one do I have out? Oh, frick, I don't know. No, that was the one. So we have two. Let's just go colors. Nope, I've done it wrong. Whatever. You get the idea. We're going to be doing livery, so that's going to be a thing. It is, as FW Stance says, kind of difficult, but I will show it to you in a way which is hopefully easy and understandable, and also quite straightforward. The problem is it's tedious and flawed because of the way, unfortunately, in which automation exports in a very peculiar way. So if you don't have fixtures on your car, which you'll see that these are all colored, and I will go into that when I do the stream as to why that is like that. If you do it without these fixtures on the side of the car, it becomes so much easier. But yeah, we'll get to that when it gets to that. But for now, I think we're done. So let's start saying thank you to everyone that came by. We're Vixen, thank you. 86VBR, thank you for joining us today. Shadow353, thank you for joining us today. Gabenwood, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your car. Well Soon Mayhem Entertainment, thank you for joining us. Crownless, thank you for hanging around for the longest time. FW Stance, thank you, man, for joining us. Space Warrior, Shadow, I think I already said that, right? Yeah, I already did. Crispy Shaman, thank you for the car, and thank you for joining, I think. Yeah, no, you did have a car. Broken Ursa, thank you for the car, and thanks for joining. You guys have been around for the longest time. Crispy and Broken Ursa, you guys have been around for so long. Very much appreciated. Right here. Nova Wolf Gaming, thank you for joining us. You are not... you've not been around for very long, so I do appreciate new people joining us. Aero Racer, thank you for joining us. I don't believe I've seen you around in a while, or maybe not, never, I don't know. EJ BeamNG, you've been around for a while now, so thank you for joining as well. Kyle Hammer, your first name. And I think that's enough. Oh, Border 140 Tone, thank you for joining us. The Rogue Adventurer, thank you for joining us. I'm just gonna put on another song. There we go. Weird, but it does. It works. Who else we got here? Line, thank you for joining us. Zeno, thank you for the car and thank you for joining. Sorry that your car didn't make it in last week. Sorry about that. We now have an opportunity to mod in a sort of livery for a whole body, but it's still very wonky due to specifics of how automation bodies UVs have to be made. Correct. Only been about 2 days now? Okay, thank you, Nova Wolf, for joining us. You are very welcome here in the world of weird Film at 86ness, where I do things differently from pretty much everybody else. I am back to the live, so... Shoo! Yeah, no. Country vibes a little bit. We are in a country sort of area. There's probably a little bit of incest happening in this map. Fun Man Motor Show. Yeah, only been about 2 days. Yeah, already. You're welcome. See you next time. Cool. Hirochi in-game version Subaru has a lackluster of cars. I know what you meant. You misspelled? Wait, wait, are these liveries using UVs or fixtures? I don't think you know how this works. So come around to the stream or watch it afterwards when it's done. Hopefully I'll have something to submit next week. That'd be nice. We only had 9 cars this week, unfortunately. But yeah, that is today's stream. Hopefully look forward to this. Now, I didn't want to make this into a video, because every time I've done this, there has been something wrong. And editing a video where I have to constantly go back, what have I done wrong, all that sort of stuff, disrupts the flow of making the video and makes the editing really tricky. So I don't want to deal with the editing that nightmare. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a stream. So then I could just be fine with all my mistakes. You could see my mistakes and be like, sure, whatever, and then just enjoy the stream. Hopefully that's what happens. I might submit a hot rod next week with a 10-liter V16. I've never heard of a hot rod specifically with a anything other than a V8 in it. Maybe a V6. Oh, sorry, a straight 6, but never a V8. There was that one like Prowler, was it, or something like that? I can't remember the American thing. That was a V6, but that was also a mistake. Great stream, keep it up, Phil. Thank you. Naglis Geralitis. Thank you for joining. That's quite the name there. Backtracking is a pain. What are we backtracking? I'm confused. Are you going to be doing the keynote? What? No, not the keynote. Timestamps. Is that what you're doing? I'm thinking about posting a 1970 Trans Am race car I made for a challenge. I'm thinking about posting a 1970 Trans Am race car I made for a challenge. My brain is, I'm slowing down. My brain is currently going into like limp home mode. You know when like a car stops like functioning properly and only goes like 30 kilometers an hour to like limp home? My brain has gone into that mode. So I'm just reading that and my brain is absorbing nothing. So I'm having to read it over and over again. And every time I'm reading, I'm like, oh, I should pay attention this time. And then I read through it, my brain's just gone into automatic limp home mode and I've absorbed once again nothing. This is what happens with ADD. When I'm tired, it's at its worst these days, which is so much better than at all times. I would have conversations that I could not absorb anything after a couple of minutes of being in a conversation. So right now, my brain is struggling. But Trans Am, now that I've actually finally paid attention to that, 1970 Trans Am sounds pretty good. Is that? Yeah, that's the race car, not the Trans Am car. That'd be cool. I do like race cars. Like, old race cars are pretty cool. Especially in this game where, like, they're not very set up for fast race cars. Lithuanian names are a pain in the ass indeed. Yeah, I'm sorry if that's, like, offensive or anything, but yeah, to me that was... It seems like they had, you know those ransom notes where they, like, clip out the letters for, like, the ransom note? Yeah, that whole bunch of the letters, they were ready to write it, they sneezed, and that's your name. Sorry. I don't know if that's too far of a joke. I like the Prowler. I'm thinking the Prowler, right? Let's have a quick look. Yeah. I like the Prowler, except for the fact that it's a V6 automatic. Aside from that, I think this is actually a really cool looking car. I know it's a bit divisive. A lot of people like and don't like it. I like it. I think it's kind of cool. In yellow. Yeah. I just like it. It's just a good looking car. And it seems cool. Like, there are some things that I don't like about the look of it. I will... there are some things I don't like. But as a whole, I do like it. I want to post a car so bad, I just don't have any time to do so. I swear I'll make one as soon as possible for you to enjoy. Ah, thank you, Space Warrior. My last name has 9 letters and 2 vowels. Oh dear. I've been struggling with this name in Germany for years now. Jokes are perfectly fine. Okay, thank you. Because I wanted to make that joke. The front of the prow always reminds me of Robot Devil from Futurama. Yeah, I kind of see that a little bit. But anyway, we have wound down. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe maybe. And if you've not liked already, please go ahead. If you like the stream, you don't have to if you don't like the stream, that's fine. But if you've liked the stream and you've not liked it yet, please go ahead and do that. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and wind down, have something to eat, and then maybe watch some anime or something, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I don't know, I just kind of caught up on an anime. I just watched a new one. It is very ecchi. I don't actually like ecchi. Like, ecchi anime is like going to a strip club. It is very unpleasurable because you go there, you've got all of this sexiness in front of you, except you can't do anything about it. And it doesn't lead to anything. And that's what ecchi is. It usually like leads to nothing and just leaves you feeling awkward. But still, it's a great anime despite the ecchi nature of it. Because I like slice of life and I like romance. They're my favorite kind of mix of genre, and this anime is that. It's called Sono Bisque Dolwa Koi Wo Suru. Or My Dress Up Darling, which is about cosplay, and I love cosplay. I wish I could do cosplay, but my body figure fits basically nothing in like the Japanese zeitgeist of anime characters. There's very few that actually fit me. When I was like slimmer and more muscular, I was never actually that skinny. I actually really struggled to lose fat. It's just genetically, we have all just fat. But I had like six-pack and all that stuff. I was going to do Zaraki Kenpachi, but I couldn't really pull Zaraki Kenpachi off either. It was going to be like that, like one Espada. I didn't care, but at least I looked right for it. I was going to do... Recently, I was thinking about doing Yajirobe as cosplay. For anybody that knows Dragon Ball quite well. Base is F as fuck. You think Crownless? Crownless likes it. My friend Totoro might fit you. Yeah, I've seen that. Zeitgeist in German for Zeitgeist. Really? Okay, so Zeitgeist is a term used in English for something that suits a certain, or like is very fitting for a certain type of thing. Usually it's for a time. So Back to the Future is a great zeitgeist for the 80s. For pop culture 80s. That fits really well. There's a few songs that are like really great zeitgeists for the 80s as well. A zeitgeist for cars in the mid-2000s would probably be something like the Porsche Carrera GT, or whatever that one was called. Yeah, I think that's correct. Like that sort of thing. The Ferrari Enzo is like a great zeitgeist of that time period as well. It's just certain things that represent a certain thing, usually also in a certain time. But I was going here geographically. Pretty much everyone in the anime communities likes Sono Biscol. Okay, cool. Blobby headlights. Sure, you could also say like rounded, soft-looking bodies are a zeitgeist of the 90s. So like the Porsche with runny egg headlights. But also that 1995 Pontiac. Like, this is a zeitgeist of the 90s. Like this, the design choice is a zeitgeist of like, just very round, very blobby. And then also in the Porsche 1999, we'll just go with that. I think that's correct. Yeah. So like, the very soft, round sort of design, very much a zeitgeist of that sort of time. Before then, they had like a more mechanical sort of edgy design. And then after this, they got more detailed again, but still the same shape. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the design itself. I should really be ending my stream. My brain is dying. But yeah, thanks everyone. I'm gonna go now. Bubble cars are very 90s, I guess. Correct. That's the same sort of thing. A lot of those times they were actual like bubble-like cars from like the Mazda 121. Yes. Melted cheese type bodies. Yes, that is correct. That is what I'm thinking of. Now I want cheese, but I can't have it because my doctor says no. But for now, I'll catch you guys next time. And don't forget, when